Issei Hyoudou. No way. I didn't just wake up to find myself as him. I exclaimed softly, still groggy from sleep. As I examined my reflection, I noticed light brown eyes and short spiky brown hair, along with a white t-shirt and black shorts. How did I become him? I know for a fact that I had more muscle than this scrawny version of him, and I'm taller too, I sighed. What could I do? Being Issei Hyoudou meant a lot of trouble was ahead, as I was now the Red Dragon Emperor, also known as the Security, and the supposed husband of Rias Gremory and other girls in his HO. But that wasn't going to happen anytime soon since I wasn't really Issei. My original name was William Drake, standing at 5 feet 10 inches with a strong, athletic build thanks to my training in Taekwondo and Muay Thai during middle school. I had also learned some judo for self-defense, but I never pursued it seriously. Now, I was in Issei's body, attending Kuo Academy and part of the notorious perverted trio. I couldn't completely blame him for his behavior. He was a growing teenager, after all. At least he understood consent most of the time and had a good heart, despite his more questionable traits. Should I go with the flow and act like Issei from the anime? No, that's too cliché. Should I change my personality? That would raise suspicion and make Rias and Sona curious about my sudden shift, I pondered, tilting my head back and closing my eyes. You know what? Forget the anime. I'll carve my own path filled with challenges and adventures, and I'll be a better Issei than he ever was. After finishing my morning routine, I returned to the bedroom, noticing the posters on the walls. I quickly took them down and folded them neatly before finding some tape to secure them together. Next, I tidied up the room to suit my taste and checked out Issei's clothes. The Kuo uniform consisted of a black blazer, a white or red undershirt, and black briefs. Why didn't Sona and Rias choose a better clothing style? I wondered, shrugging it off as I put the uniform on. I glanced at the mirror on the back of the door and adjusted Issei's hairstyle, combing it back but leaving a few bangs hanging in front. I tied the back into a short ponytail. I look better and more presentable now. I wonder how I can change my reputation at school. I could pretend I don't view girls in a perverted way and decline my friends' invitations to spy on the kendo girls, which would definitely stir up some drama. I'll figure it out once I get there, but first, let's see if I can understand Japanese. I pulled out my phone to check the settings, only to find everything was in English. Is this world a dubbed version? I'm not a devil, so I can't understand multiple languages right away. Is it my sacred gear? No, I haven't awakened it yet. The only way to do that is through extreme emotions or danger, or with intense training. The boosted gear. As cool as the Crimson Gauntlet was, I felt I could modify it into something else, perhaps a better weapon. If Draig, the Welsh Red Dragon Emperor, could help me awaken it, that would be great. I glanced at my phone again. It was almost time for school. I should get going. I wonder when the event that leads to my demise will happen. It could be today, tomorrow, or even a week from now. So many mysteries about the original story. Would I get a chance to meet Azazel? I'll find out when the time is right. I walked out of my room and headed downstairs, where my parents, Mr. and Mrs. Hyoudou, looked up at me with curious expressions. My mother appeared shocked, while my father seemed intrigued. Issei, is that you? You look different, my mother said as I sat down at the table. I'm still your son. I just decided to try a new look for myself, I replied. My father joined the conversation, placing his black coffee mug on the wooden table. You look amazing today, Issei, father complimented. I thanked him before taking a bite of my breakfast, eggs, bacon, and milk, as I continued to chat with my parents. I mentioned that my friends and I were trying a new idea to impress girls, which my father happily agreed with, causing my mother to glare at him, prompting him to look away and whistle. However, her expression softened when she turned to me. Say, are you still acting like that at school? I'm getting so many reports and I'm worried. I don't want my only child to get kicked out of one of the best schools in Kuo City, she said, concern evident in her voice. I felt bad for her and silently cursed the original Issei for being so oblivious. He always worried his mother, which was why she was so stern, especially with his antics. Don't worry, Mom. Today is going to be very different, I promise, I assured her, and she sighed before smiling again. Okay, Son, I believe you. But if you turn out to have lied to me, you know what will happen when I get mad, she warned, and I imagined an intimidating figure behind her, making me gulp. Yes, ma'am. I saluted, which made her sigh and then giggle at my antics. You should go now, you only have about 10 minutes left before you're late again, she urged, shooing me off. I chuckled, rinsed my plate, and headed for the door. I quickly put on my shoes and grabbed my bag before stepping outside. As I closed the door behind me, I took a few steps forward and looked back at the house. Nice, I said quietly before heading to Crow Academy, using my phone's GPS to guide me. Unlike other reincarnation stories, I had no memories of the original Issei flooding my mind. Don't worry, original Issei. I'll watch over them and protect them with my life. That's my way of making up for taking over your body, I promised as I continued walking toward the academy. Arriving at the academy, I muttered to myself, looks like I'm here. Let's get this over with. I walked onto the campus, trying to remember where Issei's classes were located. I arrived just 2 minutes before the bell rang. I opened the door, catching everyone's attention, and waved. Sup. I attempted to act like the original Issei, but it was clear that I failed as I noticed the shocked expressions on the faces of my classmates. Hey, is that Issei? He looks different, one of the male students remarked. Did he change his hairstyle? And what's with this aura of confidence coming from him? A female student whispered to her desk mate, who replied, Don't let his new appearance fool you. He is still the same underneath. Many of the female students nodded in agreement, making me sigh as I wished the original Issei had kept his fantasies to himself. I took a seat behind Matsuda and Motohama, who both turned around, mouths agape. Hey man, what's going on with you today? Matsuda asked softly, while Motohama nodded eagerly, waiting for an explanation. Well, I wanted to try a new look today. I've had the same hairstyle since I was a kid, so I wanted something different, I explained. They exchanged glances before looking back at me. Motohama replied, his usual clueless expression on his face. Forget that. How about we check out the kendo girls today? Matsuda suggested, but I shook my head. Huh. Is something wrong with you, bro? Motohama exclaimed, grabbing my shoulders. I sighed in annoyance before coming up with a new idea. Hey, I've been thinking. Let's try something that involves lots of girls instead of just the kendo team, I said, sparking curiosity in both Matsuda and Motohama as they leaned in closer. Just then, the teacher, a middle-aged man in his late 40s, entered the classroom. Okay, class, quiet down and return to your seats, he instructed. I leaned in and whispered to Matsuda and Motohama, meet me behind the track field, and I'll tell you this exciting idea. The thought of what I had in mind made both boys' imaginations run wild, causing the nearby female students to shudder. I smiled to myself as I waited for the hour to pass, which felt like an eternity until recess finally started. Okay, Issei, what's the plan? Matsuda asked, crossing his arms, while Motohama raised his fist in excitement. Yeah, bro, tell me. Motohama shouted, and I sighed again before sharing my brilliant idea. If we want to get girls' attention, let's do a sport. I declared, and both Matsuda and Motohama looked shocked. Sports? Why would we do sports? Matsuda asked, and I smiled, ready to explain my reasoning. Come on, guys. All we've been doing is peeking at the kendo girls' locker room, hoping to see something. But what if we found another way? Sports guarantee that all three of us can be fit, cool, and still have a chance to catch their attention. I explained, and Matsuda adjusted his glasses while Motohama looked intrigued. Issei, I don't know. I wasn't naturally fit for sports, and just as I was about to express my thoughts, I threw an eraser at Motohama's forehead, interrupting him. That's not the way to talk. Come on, Motohama and Matsuda. You're my best friends and I want the best for us. We need to change for a better future. Let's set aside our current distractions. What we need is a future that will secure us a partner, financial stability, and a home. My passionate speech left both of them in shock as I continued. I don't want to be labeled a loser for the rest of my life. I want to be smarter, more active, and a better person than I was before. Last night, I reflected on my actions and realized I've just been a creep, getting into trouble time and again. I pressed on, determined. I want people to recognize my efforts. I want them to see how cool and accomplished I can be. I want to look at the bright blue sky and declare, I did it. I proved you wrong. This is my destiny, and I will control my actions from this day forward. If the three of us can achieve that, our dreams will be within reach. I extended my fist toward them, smirking. Are you with me? Issei, Matsuda said, adjusting his glasses, a glint of determination in his eyes. Bro, Motohama added, laughing as he slapped his face in excitement. Let's do this, Issei. Matsuda declared, putting his fist out, with Motohama following suit. We will be men today, brothers, Motohama shouted, and I echoed the sentiment as we united our fists, the wind swirling around us, leaves dancing in the air. Today, we're no longer the perverted trio, we will be known as the Three Kings. With enthusiasm, Motohama asked, So what sport are we doing, bro? Combat sports? I replied, grinning. Matsuda, curious, inquired, like what? I know they require a lot of DSPLN. I listed the options I was familiar with. Taekwondo for speed and agility, Muay Thai for powerful strikes, and Judo for throws and counters. I choose Taekwondo. It fits me since I often run away from the Kendo girls, Matsuda decided. I nodded, then turned to Motohama. What about you? I'll go with Judo. I'm not really a fighter, but I can be competitive, he replied. Let's do this, guys. I shouted, and they echoed my excitement. Meanwhile, in another part of the school, a girl with smooth black hair styled in a ponytail asked Rias Gremory, a prominent student, if she was okay. Rias was gazing out the window, intrigued by the new Issei Hyoudou, who seemed different today. Who is that boy down there? Rias asked her friend Akino Himejima. That's Issei Hyoudou, Akino replied, tilting her head in a way that would make anyone smile. I sense a dormant power within him, Rias noted, her curiosity piqued. Is it a sacred gear? Kino asked, surprised. Probably. For now, let's ask Kaneko to keep an eye on him. We'll inform Sona later if our suspicions are confirmed, Rias said, walking away as Akino sighed and looked back at Issei. A week had passed since I arrived in this world, and I felt truly like Issei now, with no conflicting memories. During my time at Kuo Academy, I noticed some improvement in my friends' behavior. Motohama and Matsuda had toned down their antics and were committed to their chosen sports, joining a studio that combined Judo and Taekwondo. Initially, they were exhausted and considered quitting, but with my support and motivation, they persevered. I even noticed some physical changes in them, with muscles beginning to develop. Female students were starting to notice them, and it seemed like a new chapter was unfolding. However, I also sensed that Rias had discovered something about me, possibly related to a sacred gear. This could lead to unexpected developments, including attention from others, like a fallen angel who expressed interest in me. As I sat down to eat my lunch, I noticed Kaneko peeking at me from behind a tree. Thoughts raced through my mind about the upcoming date and the ominous prediction of my supposed demise in just 2 days. I knew I needed to activate my sacred gear soon and connect with Draig, but the question was how. My fitness progress was slow, and I contemplated finding a stray devil or fallen angel to fight, though that felt like a dangerous gamble. Triggering one's sacred gear typically required extreme emotions, rigorous training, or being close to death. The last option was off the table, leaving me with the first two, but time was not on my side. Frustration bubbled within me as I realized that 2 days was hardly enough to prepare. I shook off the negative thoughts, determined to get through the day. After finishing my lunch, I returned to class, which passed quickly. On my way home, I walked along the street, surrounded by the hustle and bustle of cars and fellow students. 5 minutes later, I arrived at my front door, where my parents greeted me. They were dressed in what looked like travel attire, and I raised an eyebrow in confusion. Where are you going, Mom and Dad? I asked, noticing my dad packing bags. Well, honey, my mom began, turning to me with a smile, we've seen a lot of positive changes in you lately. Your grades are improving, and we haven't received any reports of trouble from school. We're so proud of you, Issei. She hugged me tightly, and I felt warmth spread through me. My dad chimed in. Given your growth and maturity, we've decided to take a vacation in Miami for a few weeks. We trust you to take care of yourself while we're gone. Before he could finish, my mom shot him a glare, and he quickly corrected himself. What I mean is, we're visiting some relatives in the U.S. While we're away, we expect you to keep the house in order. I'll call you every evening to check in. I'll be fine, Mom, I reassured her, returning her hug. She handed me a card with a silver exterior and gray interior. This has enough money for you to last a couple of weeks. Spend it wisely, Issei. And please, don't waste it on things you can get for free, she said, her gaze serious. I nodded, understanding her point. Okay, I replied as they said their goodbyes and left. Once the car drove off, I felt a mix of emotions. I headed upstairs to take a long, relaxing bath, allowing myself to unwind. Alone in the bathroom, I contemplated how to activate my sacred gear. I thought about taking a week off from school to find a secure location away from Ku. With the money my mom gave me, I could buy supplies to keep myself safe during this training period. After my bath, I dried off and changed into my sleeping clothes. I sat down at my laptop, which contained many secrets from my past, and created a document listing the supplies I would need for my training trip: a camping tent and sleeping bag, a lighter and matches, canned goods and MREs from the nearest store, a water flask, water bottles, and a small water filter, heavy boots for protection, warm clothing for cold weather, gloves for handling materials, a pocket knife and a machete, a hammer and wooden nails, a flashlight and spare batteries, plus a solar charger, a lamp, a med kit with bandages, antiseptics, and necessary medications. I estimated the total cost to be around 400 yen, but it could go up to 6,000 yen if I needed more supplies. Some items were inexpensive, but I wasn't too worried about the math. This was all for my training. Tomorrow morning, I plan to call in sick to school and request an extended absence until next week. That should give me enough time to awaken my sacred gear and build my strength. As I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, I raised my left hand into a fist, determination coursing through me. Starting tomorrow, the training to become the strongest Sekyuudai will commence. The supernatural world better be ready. As I prepared to ascend to the throne of the strongest beings in the world, I felt a sense of drowsiness wash over me, and my eyes slowly closed as I dreamed of that future day. However, unbeknownst to Issei, that path would be fraught with all sorts of dangerous beings and entities. From evil gods and dragons to warmongers seeking conflict, and beasts waiting to be awakened, all would soon be revealed to Issei, as a mysterious presence observed him curiously. Hello, I'm calling to inform you that I will be absent this week due to a strong flu, I said, faking a cough to sound sickly as I contacted the school council, which handled these calls in the absence of a headmaster. Fine, I'll ask your homeroom teacher to send you any work that needs to be done via email, Sona Citri replied with a sigh. She was one of the heirs to the 32 pillars of the former 72 pillars in the underworld, and her sister was none other than Seraphal Leviathan. Seraphal had once been a candidate for the Citri clan but had taken on the title of Leviathan, becoming one of the 4 devil kings leading the underworld. Rias's older brother, Sirzechs Lucifer, was also among them, known as the strongest devil king in the entire underworld faction. This world was filled with powerhouses capable of immense destruction, which made me a bit anxious. If Rias was already suspicious of my sacred gear, her brother would likely notice my presence soon enough as I grew stronger. I wasn't ready to meet him just yet. While making connections could benefit me in the future, I felt it was more important to focus on myself first. After ending the call with Sona, who likely knew about my sacred gear thanks to her meeting with Rias, I got off my bed and stretched. I headed to the bathroom before quickly changing into a fresh outfit: a black t-shirt with a red hoodie featuring a dragon print on the back, brown breathes, and regular black shoes. I grabbed my wallet, which held little money and the card my mom had given me, and left the house, locking the door behind me. I checked Google Maps and saw that a few stores a mile away had everything I needed. The walk took about 10 minutes, and I spent an hour and a half shopping. After thanking the store clerk, I walked out with several bags, including a tent slung over my shoulder, trying to ignore their weight as I made my way back home. Once inside, I set the items down in the living room and changed out of my clothes, placing the old ones in the hamper. I looked for a suitable spot not too far from Ko, and found an area where I planned to set up camp. I called a taxi and grabbed my father's extra duffel bags and a backpack from my room, packing my belongings inside. After a brief wait, I received a notification that my taxi had arrived. I stepped outside to see a gray SUV and approached the side window. "Are you Hyoudou Issei?" the driver asked. I confirmed my identity and requested he open the trunk. After loading my bags, I got into the car. "Where to?" the driver inquired. I showed him the location I wanted to go, and he nodded as I settled back in my seat. I glanced at the time. It was 10:14 in the morning, and it would take about 2 hours to reach my destination. I closed my eyes, hoping that sleeping would make the time pass more quickly, much like in the RPG games my father had shown me long ago, as the sounds of passing cars faded away. Upon arriving at my destination, the driver woke me up. "Hey kid, wake up, we're here," he called out. I opened my eyes slowly and turned to look outside, taking in the appealing valley filled with trees, grass, and flowers. After paying the driver, I took my belongings from the SUV and waved goodbye as he drove off. Now alone, I needed to find an empty area to set up camp. I walked through the expansive forest, which stretched over 100 acres, with a large mountain visible in the distance. After about 10 minutes, I found a spacious spot where the trees were sparse, and I noticed a small river just a minute's walk away. I set my bags down and took out the tent, stretching it open and connecting the parts together. With a hammer and wooden nails, I quickly got to work, securing the tent to the ground. In under 30 minutes, I had it set up. I placed my sleeping bag inside and arranged my other bags as well. The tent was spacious enough for two, and I set a lamp next to my sleeping area. After taking a quick sip from my flask, I placed it down by the lamp. Once everything was in order, I grabbed my gloves and a machete and headed back outside to gather small logs for a campfire. Chopping off branches from some trees and gathering broken wood, I returned to my campsite and arranged rocks from the river into a circle. I placed the wood in the center and took out my matches. After several attempts, I finally lit the match on my fourth try, tossing it onto the wood as the flames began to grow. Checking the time on my phone, I noted it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, but I had no signal. I set up my solar charger in a sunny spot. Next, I removed my heavy jacket and boots, opting for workout shoes instead. I took off my heavy breathes to reveal the shorts underneath and did some light stretches to avoid cramps during my workout. After 5 minutes of stretching, I got down and completed 3 sets of 20 push-ups. Totaling after a brief break, I moved on to 3 sets of 20 sit-ups, maintaining the same pattern of short breaks. I continued with planks, side planks, squats, jumping jacks, bear crawls, and mountain climbers, which took about an hour. Sweaty and exhausted, I drank some water before returning to my workout. I thought about how I would increase my training over the weekend, hoping to activate my sacred gear by the end of the week as I did pull-ups on a sturdy branch. As night fell, I sat on the ground, breathing heavily. My body felt sore from the intense workout, but I welcomed the pain as a sign of growth. I remembered the saying, "No pain, no gain." I opened my water bottle and drank it all, feeling refreshed. I decided to clean myself with a wet towel before crawling into my sleeping bag, the drowsiness hitting me hard. 2 days later, on Wednesday, I was out for my daily jog along a path designed to avoid crowded camping areas. With a calm mind focused on becoming stronger, I aimed to improve my stamina and endurance. I knew that enhancing these qualities would help me use my boosted gear more effectively. I was aware that if I became a devil, I would need to be stronger, especially against formidable opponents like Rias, Aquino, Sona, and others. I believed that with the potential of my boosted gear, I could ask Draig for help with magic. As one of the twin heavenly dragons, he was a powerful ally. After jogging for an additional 20 minutes, I walked back to my campsite and sat on a large log that I had worked hard to pull from deep within the woods. While I noticed some muscle growth, I understood I still had a long way to go. Lifting weights significantly heavier than myself would require immense effort and Draig's power. Considering my next workout, I decided to practice shadow Muay Thai boxing. I stood 5 feet away from my campfire, getting into my stance with my feet shoulder-width apart and my elbows tucked in. I began with basic movements, imagining an opponent in front of me. I practiced going forward and backward, moving left and right while keeping my lead leg ready to block potential low kicks. As I jabbed with my left hand, I visualized my opponent slipping under it and attempting a liver kick. I lifted my right leg and elbow to shield against the kick, resetting my stance as my imaginary opponent followed up. I slipped under a right jab and noticed a left cross coming my way. Using my right elbow to lessen the impact, I countered with a left jab before he could reset. I felt the satisfying connection as my jab landed, followed by a right punch aimed at his upper ribcage. I jumped slightly, almost kneeing him in the face, but he managed to reset. I front kicked him away and executed a spinning heel kick that connected with his chin. As my imaginary opponent fell back, I inhaled deeply and exhaled, feeling accomplished. I stepped out of my stance and returned to the log, looking at my hands. Almost there. Just a few more days, I said to myself, tightening my grip before standing up for another quick drink of water. Going right back into my stance once again, I repeated my routine until the basics settled in my mind. I switched between southpaw and orthodox stances, incorporating some taekwondo techniques before returning to Muay Thai. It felt a bit strange at first since I wasn't used to it after my transfer to this body, but I gradually found my rhythm. A few days later, I lay on my back on a soft patch of grass, catching my breath. Checking my phone, I noted that it was Saturday. It had been 5 days since I arrived here and 5 days of training that felt minimal compared to what I hoped to achieve with my sacred gear. As I relaxed, I felt my eyes growing heavy, but this time it felt different. It was as if my consciousness was being drawn inward as I drifted off. Suddenly, I heard an ancient voice that radiated power and strength. "So you're my host? You look different from what I remember before you awakened me," it said. I sat up, eyes wide, scanning the darkness around me. "Who are you? Come out," I called, trying to sound braver than I felt. Flames ignited around me, transforming the sky into a crystal green hue. A shadowy figure loomed before me, and as it stepped through the flames, I saw a magnificent red-scaled western dragon with green eyes, sharp jaws, and impressive horns. I am the Welsh Red Dragon Emperor, one of the twin heavenly dragons that even the gods and biblical factions feared. "You can call me Draig," the dragon proclaimed with pride, extending its wings and releasing an aura that made me feel both awe and trepidation. Draig circled around me, and I struggled to stand tall under the weight of his presence. "Power!" I shouted, gritting my teeth against the overwhelming aura. "I need power to protect the people I love and cherish." With every ounce of willpower, I lifted my head. A power that will carve a path to a bright future for my family. Power is what this world respects. Without it, I'm just a guy trying to stop fate from ruining my life and my family's life. I will not stop until I gain that power, no matter the cost. Draig observed me with a newfound respect as I continued to hold my ground against his aura. No god, faction, devil, or angel will hold me down. Those who seek to harm me or my family will be dominated through sheer power. Draig laughed heartily. That's the spirit of a Red Dragon Emperor. If power is what you seek to protect your loved ones, then I shall grant it to you. Lift your head, Issei. I summoned every bit of strength to meet his gaze. "Sacred gear," I shouted, feeling energy surge through me as a green aura enveloped my left arm. "Boosted gear." Draig roared, and my arm was covered in crimson light. When it faded, I saw a red armor gauntlet adorned with 2 gems, one on the top and another on the back of my hand. My fingers transformed into sharp armored claws, and a spike emerged under my elbow, diminishing the pressure from Draig's presence. "Look, partner, that is your sacred gear, the boosted gear," Draig explained. I gazed at my left hand in awe before losing my balance and falling backward, only to be caught by Draig's massive claws. "Sleep well, partner. We will communicate more when you awaken," he said, his voice soothing as darkness enveloped me like a blanket. When I finally woke up, still feeling groggy, I questioned whether it had all been real. Did I really activate my sacred gear? I wondered if my weekend of training had truly pushed me to this point. It's no dream, partner. It was all real, Draig reassured me in my mind, jolting me awake with excitement. Really? Yes, partner. You have fully awakened the sacred gear. Why don't you try summoning it now? Nodding at his words, I stood up, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Boosted gear." My left arm glowed as the red gauntlet appeared, and I stared at it in wonder. Good job, partner. You are the latest of my previous hosts to awaken the boosted gear in such a short time, Draig commented, prompting me to ask about the other hosts he had throughout the years. I asked about my predecessors. Draig explained that there had been thousands of hosts before me, all wielding the boosted gear. Some had more potential than others and managed to awaken their sacred gear early. I was the fourth to achieve this. Curious, I inquired, who were the other three? Draig listed them: Nero, Elsha, and Belzerd. They were the strongest among the thousands of boosted gear users. Nero awakened his gear in just 5 days, Elsha in 3, and Belzerd in 1. They were the best hosts I had during centuries of battling against the White One. They must have been incredibly strong. Who is the White One? I asked, wanting to confirm my suspicions about the history he was referencing. That would be Albion, the White Dragon Emperor, also known as the Other Heavenly Dragon. He became my rival when we were young drakes, Draig replied. I was amazed and wanted to learn more about his history with Albion, so I sat down on a log as Draig began to share his past. Before I continue, what do you know about the supernatural world? Draig asked. It feels like you know a few things about it. I've encountered a few devils at my school and overheard some conversations. At first, I thought they were just fictional beings until I saw their wings. After that, I got curious and borrowed some hidden books to learn more about them, I admitted, hoping Draig wouldn't see through my fib. What a nice story. Yes, devils like them do exist. They are part of the underworld factions from the biblical texts, which also include the fallen angel faction led by Azazel and the archangel Michael leading heaven itself. I nodded as Draig continued. Even gods like Odin, Zeus, Amaterasu, and Shiva exist as well. But we can discuss that another time. Now, let me tell you about my past. Suddenly, I felt my mind warp, and I found myself above the clouds. What is this? I exclaimed, having never experienced anything like it in the anime or light novels. Calm down, partner. What you are seeing is my memories, Draig reassured me. As I settled down, Draig narrated his life. All dragons like myself are born through two means. One is from two dragons mating, and the other is being born through concepts. Albion and I came from concepts. We had no parents but ourselves. A vivid image appeared, showing two empty eggs surrounded by mana, growing larger by the second. Finally, they hatched into a red baby dragon and a white baby dragon, both crying as I watched. We were born at the same time, scared and alone. As the years passed, we grew in size and strength. You could say we were almost like brothers, Draig recalled with a hint of nostalgia. But then the mood shifted. Until that day, we had an argument. You took my kill, a younger version of Albion shouted angrily, while Draig, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Snooze you lose, Albion. If you were faster, it would have been yours." Albion's frustration grew. I was here first. This is my hunting ground. Well, too bad. If you weren't such a bad hunter, you would have caught it. Why don't you go somewhere else, you crybaby? Draig shot back. That's it. Albion roared, charging at Draig and knocking him away from the prey. Draig grunted as he hit a stone wall. You JRK. Draig retaliated, clawing at Albion's arm. The tension escalated as they both fought fiercely, their rivalry igniting a fierce battle. Every single day, you take what's mine. Why can't you have enough? Albion shouted, his eyes glowing with intensity. It's the strongest that survive out here, Albion. We don't follow the morals of weaker dragons. And Tia, you lost her affection on your own. Draig countered, his own anger flaring. I was going to ask her out. We knew each other long before you came along. Albion insisted, continuing to advance. If you weren't such a shy wimp, you would have asked her out already. But here we are, whining about some girl. Draig exclaimed, both of them clashing with a force that shook their surroundings. And this is where our rivalry began. Where our powers were born from our concepts, Draig explained as the scene shifted to a more intense moment. The two dragons, now fully grown and towering over buildings, faced off. You think you can stop me now, Draig? Divide. Albion declared, attempting to take half of Draig's power. Draig laughed defiantly. You think you're the only one with abilities? Think again. Boost X10. He shouted, feeling his power surge as they charged at each other, ready for an explosive confrontation. Draig landed the first blow, sending Albion crashing to the ground. As Albion struggled to rise, he shouted, Reflect. A shield materialized in front of him, deflecting Draig's next attack back at him, causing Draig to stagger backward. Albion then used his long tail to send Draig flying a considerable distance. Draig grimaced as he felt a sharp pain in his side. He glanced at Albion, who was now soaring toward him with incredible speed. As they collided, Albion shouted, Reflect, again, but Draig was ready. He unleashed a counterattack, breaking through Albion's shield and grabbing his head. With a swift knee to Albion's chin and a powerful front kick, Draig sent him flying. Taking a deep breath, Draig felt his chest expand as flames began to gather in his mouth. Albion, noticing this, began to gather his own flames, which burned a brilliant white. Both dragons drew power from the mana around them and prepared to unleash their attacks, each trying to gain the upper hand. Draig focused intently, feeling his power double every few seconds, while Albion mirrored his efforts. The clash of their attacks created a massive crater, a testament to their strength. As they fought, Draig reflected on their past rivalry, recalling a time when they had both been injured and agreed to a truce to recover. During their 3 years of healing, they gained recognition as the twin heavenly dragons. Different factions labeled them with various names, but they continued to grow stronger, developing new abilities that countered each other. Draig remembered how Albion had replaced his flames with a poison capable of erasing anything, while he had upgraded his flames to incinerate everything in their path. Suddenly, Draig found himself back in the present, gasping for air. He noticed Draig's concerned expression. It seems we've reached the limit of your boosted gear. I should have considered the time limit earlier. Did you feel your energy waning? Draig asked. It's okay. I didn't really feel tired until now, Draig replied, slowly standing up. Before Draig could respond, he exclaimed, Oh no. I've got school tomorrow. He clutched his head, remembering the people he would encounter. What's the problem? Draig asked, puzzled. Rias Gremory and her peerage, along with Sona Citri and her group, are at that school. They might suspect me of having a sacred gear, and now that I've awakened it, they'll try to recruit me. Draig explained, and Draig could only respond with concern. As Draig packed up his belongings, he recalled a past host who had met a tragic fate. Who was he? Draig asked. John Smith, a teenager who dreamed of uniting the world. He was naive about the darker sides of humanity. When he discovered the supernatural world, he was found by a devil and reincarnated. Initially treated well, things changed as greed took hold of his peerage. In the end, John lost his life, Draig recounted, his voice heavy with sorrow. Draig felt a surge of anger at the thought of the devils who had betrayed John. They encountered Indra during a mission, thinking they could manipulate a god. Indra dealt with them swiftly, but John's sacrifice was a tragedy that still haunted Draig. You want to know who it was? Draig asked, and Draig's heart sank as he realized the answer. John, he whispered. That's right. Before he could activate his sacred gear, he was lost. I was furious, not at Indra, but at those devils who led him to his demise, Draig roared, his protective nature for his hosts shining through. Seeing one die after another made him sad and angry at the devil responsible. He felt remorse for the dragon, knowing about the past users of the boosted gear who had perished due to greed. It's fine, partner. It's all in the past. For now, let's go back to your home, Draig reassured him with a sigh as he finished packing the last item before heading out of the forest. Both he and Draig fell silent on the way back home. After a brief pause, he called out, "Hey Draig." "Yes, partner." Draig replied. "Could you explain how the boosted gear works in general?" He was considering some ideas on how to utilize the boosted gear but needed to understand it better first. The boosted gear increases your strength every 10 seconds on average. However, since you are the fourth user to awaken me early, the boost time is reduced to 6 seconds, which is a good start for becoming more powerful, Draig explained. He nodded in understanding, glancing at his phone to see it was 9 p.m., realizing he still had time before bed. Can the boosted gear be modified in any way? Like perhaps changing its shape and size? He asked thoughtfully, imagining himself wielding crimson blades engulfed in flames. It depends on how strong and creative you are. It is possible only 2 users of the boosted gear have chosen to alter its appearance, Draig informed him. Was it one of the past 3 strongest Securidii? He inquired. Correct. It was Nero and Elsha who changed how the boosted gear looks. Nero transformed it into a long sword, while Elsha split it into 2 objects, a long spear and a shield that she could wield due to her origins. He found it fascinating that 2 of the strongest users had altered their gear. Suddenly, he thought about the strongest user. What about Belzerd? He asked, noticing Belzerd hadn't been mentioned. Well, he never really needed to use the boosted gear since he was already incredibly strong. When he did use it, he became a living dragon in human form, the only user to have slain 2 of the best white dragon emperors during his lifetime, Virgil and Cory. I'll give Albion credit. His logical tactics helped his hosts become powerful foes. Wow. Belzerd was impressive, he exclaimed, inspired by Belzerd's achievements. He couldn't falter now, not after hearing that. I think I have an idea for the modifications I want to create for the boosted gear, he said, sitting up as Draig waited in silence. You need to will it, partner. Feel the power deep within you and imagine what you want the boosted gear to look like, Draig advised, anticipation evident in his voice. He focused, envisioning dual red blades shaped like cleavers, with black handles resembling katanas and adorned with a golden color at the bottom of the hilt. He considered adding a crossguard shaped like a small dragon and a long chain for swift movements. As he imagined the cleavers, he pictured them in a vibrant red, with golden words imprinted on both sides, Securidii. He decided the red gauntlet would be slimmer and sharper, preferring a sleek look over a bulky one. Suddenly, he heard Draig's voice exclaim, "Evolution." Opening his eyes, he marveled at his new boosted gear. That's an interesting choice, partner. Dual cleavers with chains for fast combos to deal critical slashes on the opponent. Not bad, but I thought you would only change the boosted gear into these blades, not keep a slimmer gauntlet on both arms as well, Draig commented. Well, as much as I like the blades, I think the slimmer gauntlet will be useful for protecting my forearms, he explained, and Draig nodded in agreement before asking about the golden words on the cleavers. I like the words you've chosen, Draig said, prompting a chuckle from him. Do you even know how to wield dual blades? Draig suddenly asked, causing him to freeze and rub the back of his head sheepishly. Wait, I could watch YouTube videos on how to wield them, he suggested, but Draig denied the idea. No, I will teach you. Luckily, there was a past user during the Grecian PRD who wielded something similar. Your training will begin tomorrow, Draig declared. He could only look down in defeat. Yes, sir, he replied before falling asleep. Back to school. Bleh, he muttered to himself as he sat down in his seat, greeted by his friends. Sup, Issei? Motohama said, wrapping his arm around his shoulder, while Matsuda sat behind him, holding a book titled Math for Dummies. They had really changed, and he smiled at them. It's nice to see you too, he said, fist-bumping his friends, hoping that today wouldn't be too difficult. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. Hi, are you Issei Hyoudou? A girl suddenly asked him. Yes, he replied, caught off guard. Turning around, I suddenly realized who it was. Draig warned me as I waited in response to the girl. Yes, finally I could meet you. My name is Yama, by the way, she said with a bright smile. I couldn't help but think, it's finally happening. The plot of DXD was about to unfold. Issei, what can I do for you, Yama? I waited, hoping she would ask me out. I have a really huge crush on you. So can I be your girlfriend? Yama said, slightly blushing as she handed me a chocolate heart, which I shyly accepted. I couldn't shake the feeling that she might not be sincere. Draig interrupted my thoughts. Issei, she is a fallen angel. Those beings are not to be trusted. I sense bad intentions from her. I retorted, I know, Draig. But I could change her. I was surprised by my own words. Don't tell me you fell in love at first sight. I sense a familiar presence around her. Something unsettling, Draig explained, trying to reason with me. I know this is risky, but I have a gut feeling that the bad intentions I sense are not genuine, I told Draig, deciding to end the conversation for now. I'm sure. Would you like my number? I offered my phone to Yama, who happily entered her number. I'll text you later, Issei. Yama waved goodbye, smiling as she walked away. As I made my way home, I reflected on my experiences since arriving in Issei's body. Things had been different from what I knew, and I wondered if I could change the course of events that had transpired before. Later that night, Draig's voice echoed in my mind. Partner, what you're doing is foolish. Falling for a fallen angel could lead to your downfall. They are not to be trusted. Draig, before I met you, I was just a massive pervert who saw girls as objects. I was spying on them, thinking I would never get to experience anything meaningful, I replied, looking at my reflection in the mirror. I noticed some muscles forming, especially in my arms. I made mistakes and I felt a disconnection from my parents. They tried to hide their disappointment in me, but I noticed. One day I saw my mother crying. Memories that weren't mine began to surface as I touched the mirror. I recalled the moment I had seen my mother in distress, holding a letter that brought her to tears. Sid, what did I do wrong? My only boy. Getting into trouble. We don't have enough money to cover your education if you get expelled. Why can't you just be normal like everyone else? She sobbed, and I felt a wave of sadness wash over me. Suddenly, I heard a voice in my head, criticizing me. Disappointment. Pervert. Please. I was confused and overwhelmed by emotions. I left the scene, retreating to my room and closing the door behind me. I felt a dark presence in my reflection, taunting me. Why don't you just drop dead? You're a disappointment to your parents. I was shaken from my thoughts when Draig called out to me. Issei, snap out of it. What happened? I asked, looking at the cracked mirror, BLD trickling from the shards. I felt our connection severed. It was like you were gone. What happened? Draig was concerned. I don't know. Whose memories were those? Why am I feeling this way? Before I could ponder further, my phone buzzed with a message from Yama. Yama, hello. It's me, Yama. I've been wondering if you want to go on a date with me this Saturday. Me, sure. What time? Yama, you can pick what time we meet up. Smiling face, me, is 10:30 a.m. good? Yama, that sounds perfect. Red heart, do you want to choose a place or should I? Me, it's fine, I can choose. It's a man's job after all. Yama, oh. Me, what about the park in the middle of town? We could go to the festival nearby. Yama, that sounds perfect. Smiling face with heart eyes, can't wait to see you. Good night. Me, good night as well. Smiling face, I couldn't believe I had a date this Saturday. Draig, let's start training, I said, determined to prepare for what lay ahead. Draig could only put his trust in his partner that everything would go all right. Part 2. The past week had been challenging, with Rias and Kaneko keeping a close watch on me every single day. It felt as if they were observing my every move, even when I went home. To add to that, Tsubaki, Sona's queen, was also keeping an eye on me, though not as overtly as Kaneko, who wasn't very good at hiding her presence. Despite the distractions, training with Draig was more intense than I had anticipated. Dueling with the red cleavers was tough, especially during combos. However, I was slowly starting to learn how to wield them and felt I was becoming decent with the basics. As I waited for Yama to arrive at the park, she was a few minutes late. I stood there in a white long-sleeve shirt and black joggers, wearing white sandals and a small fanny pack strapped across my chest. Sorry, was I late? Yama asked as she approached. No, I just got here as well. Shall we go? I offered my hand to her, and she took it with a smile that seemed a bit forced, though there was a small flicker of genuine happiness in her aura. Yes, she exclaimed, and we walked towards the festival down the street, admiring the numerous stalls selling everything from food to toys and souvenirs. Oh my, this looks cool, she said, gazing at a crimson necklace that could be combined to form a heart. When I glanced at the price tag, I was taken aback by how expensive it was. Yes, it does. I really love that appealing color, I replied. The crimson red symbolized an undying love between two people destined to meet. We continued to browse the various crystal-like necklaces, chains, rings, and gems until something caught my eye. Let's check that out, Yama. I pointed at a game stall where players could shoot targets to win plush prizes. I want that large teddy bear, she exclaimed, pulling me towards it like a child mesmerized by candy, and I chuckled as we approached. Hello, sir. How much is it to play this game? I asked the man behind the counter, who smiled at Yama rather than me. Yes. It's about 400 yen, he replied. I handed him the money, which he snatched from my hand and performed a trick with it. I felt a bit annoyed but tried to stay calm. Yama chuckled as she noticed my irritation. The man handed me a toy gun, explaining the rules of the game while I took aim at the small targets, with Yama cheering me on from behind. Go, go. You can do it, darling. She encouraged, using the term, darling, that made me feel a little flattered. I took a deep breath and squeezed the trigger. That's 1. That's 2. That's 5. Both Yama and the man stared in disbelief as I hit 5 targets in quick succession. Yama cheered me on as I took my remaining shots. And that's 10. I shouted, and Yama hugged me from behind, while the man behind the counter looked shocked. Here, take it, I said, grabbing the large teddy bear from the man's hands and handing it to Yama, who snuggled it happily. I'm going to hug this cute thing all night, she said, rubbing her face against the bear, and I couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable antics. Let's go look at more things, shall we? I suggested, taking her hand as we continued our day of sightseeing, collecting more prizes that we eventually decided to share with other kids. We settled down in the food court, enjoying our snacks. That was a lot of fun. You're really good at this, Issei. Yama said, sipping from her fancy cup. Yep. All those times of getting scammed by those people made me good at these games, I bragged, making her laugh as she took a bite of the sandwich I had bought for her. Getting to know her was enjoyable. Learning about her likes and dislikes filled me with happiness. I was determined to make her mine. Yama, wait here. I need to use the bathroom real quick, I said, hurrying away. Okay, she replied, smiling as I walked towards the restroom but then discreetly turned towards the necklace shop. 5 minutes later, I noticed Yama's expression change as she looked around, revealing her true feelings when 2 tall guys approached her. They wore matching black outfits and had gold chains and watches, looking like a pair of troublemakers. What is a lady doing alone by herself? One of them said, sitting down in front of Yama with a grin that made me uneasy. The other twin leaned closer, attempting to put his arm around her shoulders. Oh, did your date leave you? He taunted. Don't worry, we can make that frown turn upside down, the right twin said with a smirk as he leaned closer to Yama, who looked at him with disgust, contemplating her options. I stepped in behind him, gripping his arms firmly. Hey, what's the problem, man? Let go of me, he shouted, wincing in pain as I tightened my grip. Oh, what's the problem? You were about to touch my girl, I replied, my smile fading into a glare. The tension in the air was palpable as I felt the pressure in my grip increase, drawing the attention of those around us. The left twin stood up, ready to intervene. Let go of him, he shouted, attempting to punch me. I caught his fist with my other hand, his shock evident on his face. Ho arg! He cried out as I twisted his wrist, causing him to release his grip. I then punched the right twin squarely in the face before quickly taking Yama's hand and walking away quietly. A short time later, I turned to Yama, concern evident in her voice. Are you okay? It's all good. Those guys dared to hit on you while I was around. I'm sorry for taking so long, I stopped to buy something. I released her hand and pulled out a small black bag, watching as her eyes widened in surprise. You bought this? For me? Awe flickered in her gaze, the darkness that had once clouded her expression lifting. For us, Yama. I noticed you liked this necklace, so I got the full set. I revealed the contents of the bag, showing her the appealing pieces. Why don't I put it on for you? Yama was momentarily speechless, her heart racing as she processed the moment. Sure, she finally replied, turning around and lifting her smooth black hair. I carefully wrapped the necklace around her neck, fastening it securely before stepping back to admire her. When we put these together, they symbolize the undying love of two people who were once broken. I brought our two crimson heart pieces together, feeling the weight of the moment. Yama, would you be? I smiled sincerely, and when I looked back up at her, I noticed tears in her eyes. Yama, you're crying. What's wrong? She instantly hugged me tightly, and I felt a wave of warmth wash over me. Draig, I called out, and he responded, you were right, partner. Her personality has been affected. Something is controlling her actions. Controlled? By whom? I wondered aloud, but before I could think further, Draig sensed danger. Partner, dodge, he shouted. I quickly pulled Yama down as a fast object whizzed past us. Yama, are you okay? I asked, glancing down to see Raynare looking troubled. They're here, she whispered, and I turned to see three figures emerging from the smoke. Raynare, why haven't you dealt with this human yet? A woman with long dark blue hair in a purple dress questioned, her black feathered wings unfurling behind her. Did the device fail? It shouldn't have, a man in a gray trench coat grumbled, while a blonde girl in an emo dress shouted, that egotistical woman managed to break free. We should eliminate her and finish off the human afterward. She summoned a dark pink spear, pointing it at me. Run it. Leave me here, Yama said, revealing her true self as Raynare's fallen wings unfolded. Raynare! I murmured, but Draig urged me to leave. Partner, you need to get out of here. You're injured. I felt a sharp pain in my back and turned to see blood seeping from a wound. Sheet. I was hit. I glanced back at Raynare, whose legs were trembling. Raynare's POV. I feel weak. The device that Liar used drained most of my energy. She looked back at me, determined to buy me time to escape. Raynare summoned pink light spears above her, aiming them at the barriers surrounding the park. She created a gap large enough for me to flee. Issei, go. I'll hold them off. She shouted, summoning another spear, ready to fight despite her weakened state. I won't let them kill you. With that, she charged at the trio, her resolve unyielding. You three will pay for your actions, Raynare called out as Millet, the goth lowly laughed. Ha! You think you can defeat us in your weakened form. Millet flew towards Raynare, who twirled her light spear in front of her. The tips of their spears clashed, creating a shockwave that rippled through the air. Millet quickly conjured another light spear above her and hurled it at Raynare's head. Raynare tilted her head back and sidestepped to the right, causing Millet to lose control and crash to the ground. Raynare seized the opportunity, kicking Millet in the stomach and sending her soaring upwards, gasping in pain. Sheet! Millet exclaimed as she struggled to recover, but Raynare wouldn't let her. She jumped up, grabbed one of Millet's pigtails, and threw her against the trees. Damn it! Millet grunted as Calawarner called out to her. Millet, why are you rushing in like that? Calawarner summoned a magic circle beneath Raynare, who narrowly jumped out of the way as a pillar of lightning struck the ground. That almost got me, Raynare thought, sensing danger from behind. Donasek approached out of nowhere, striking her back and leaving a diagonal cut. Take that! Donasek shouted, throwing his blue light spear at Raynare, who dodged and backed up 10 feet, landing in her original position. She looked around for Issei, relieved to find him gone, before turning her attention back to the fallen trio. Calawarner was helping Millet up, who was still pouting angrily, while Donasek summoned his light spear again. Raynare touched her back, feeling the warm beat. I need to finish this quickly or find a way to escape. As the pain in her back intensified, fatigue began to set in. With no other option but to fight, she steeled herself. Brace yourself, Raynare. Once we finish you off and bring back your head, we'll find that human boy you tried to protect. Danasik shouted as he charged in, with Millit right behind him and Calawarner taking to the air for support. Raynare felt a surge of alarm and summoned 4 light spears, shooting them at Danasik and Millit, who managed to block them all. As another spear descended from above, Raynare jumped backward, preparing to parry Danasik's attack. Millit attacked from the right, but Raynare defended herself with another light spear, trying to create one more to push Millit away. In a swift motion, Raynare used her second light spear to pierce Danasik, who attempted to block it with his hand but failed. The spear went through his left hand, causing him to yell in pain. Calawarner immediately showered Raynare with another light spear from above. "What's taking so long for air support, Calawarner?" Danasik shouted as he tore a piece of clothing to bandage his wound. "Oh, shut up. Creating another spear takes time. I can't use all my mana at once." Calawarner retorted, frustration evident in her voice. Raynare's vision began to blur as Millit saw this as an opportunity to strike. "Die." Millit rushed in, aiming to stab Raynare. Raynare moved her upper body back just in time, but not without receiving a cut on her arm and chest. BLD trickled from her wounds, stinging as she fell to one knee. "I'm getting tired. My injuries are worsening," Raynare thought as Millit approached, her laughter echoing in the air. Desperately, Raynare tried to summon another light spear, but it shattered into particles. "I'm out of mana," she realized, feeling Millit yank her hair upwards, forcing her to look up at her. "How does it feel to be beneath me now, Raynare?" Millit grinned, while Danasik approached, Calawarner landing right behind her. "Enough playing. We need to hurry and kill the boy before the devils find us. Millit, finish her off." Danasik commanded, and Millit nodded eagerly, summoning a light spear after a brief struggle with Raynare. Raynare could only look up at the faces of those she once considered friends as memories flashed before her eyes, realizing the gravity of her situation. In a brief flashback, Raynare remembered a time when Millit had shouted, "Hey Raynare, give my candy back, you big bully," as Raynare held a bag of candy above her. Calawarner and Danasik had laughed, teasing Millit to grow up if she wanted the candy. "Who are you calling an old woman, you short brat?" Calawarner had retorted, sparking a playful argument filled with insults and laughter. Raynare had tossed the candy bag aside, stepping out of the room only to be greeted by a tall figure who brought a smile to her face. "Darling," she had exclaimed, rushing to hug him. "My star, it's been a while," he had replied, and Raynare felt warmth spread through her cold heart as he gently stroked her hair. "Raynare, could you do something for me?" he had asked, and she looked up at him, confused yet hopeful. Raynare felt a sudden pressure around her neck, causing a sharp pain to surge through her mind. She pulled away from Kokabil, clutching her head as tears filled her eyes. I trusted you. I gave you my heart," she cried, collapsing to her knees in confusion, pain, and anger. The gentle smile she once knew twisted into a sinister grin. "Why do you ask?" "It's because of your hidden potential that your so-called father kept from you. Allowing you to grow any longer would interfere with my plans." Kokabil approached her, and Raynare called out for her father. "Azazel, what are you going to do to him?" "To eliminate him, of course. He won't stand in my way as I reignite the Great War. How dare he retreat when the battle was just getting interesting?" Kokabil's madness seeped into his demeanor, leaving Raynare in shock. "You are crazy," she shouted, but Kokabil merely laughed at her. "Thank you. I'll leave you here as the tool I took from Azazel finishes its process." He walked away, and Millit, Calawarner, and Danasik emerged from the shadows, witnessing her despair. "Well, I wonder when our leader will make his move," Calawarner remarked, disappearing down the hallway. Raynare's mind felt as if it were collapsing under the weight of betrayal. "Guys, were you in on this?" she exclaimed, unable to comprehend that her friends, those she had relied on during her escape, had turned against her. Of course. We made you second in command to gain your trust, only to break your heart and spirit. You thought you were special just because you were Azazel's daughter and Kokabil's girlfriend. Millet laughed as she passed by, leaving Donasek to offer a sorrowful glance. I'm sorry, Raynare, but it has to be done. The urge to fight is returning, and if you discover our plan, it will all fall apart. I can't let that happen. Goodbye, old friend, Donasek said, leaving Raynare to cry out in rage. Traitors! You all are traitors! She screamed, memories of their time together shattering as darkness began to envelop her, pulling her deeper into despair. Suddenly, a voice broke through the chaos. Die, Raynare! Millet shouted, ready to strike. But before she could, a figure appeared, punching Millet away and standing protectively in front of Raynare. She fell unconscious, unaware of the dark red aura surrounding him as dual red cleavers materialized in his hands. Rest, Raynare. I'll take care of them, he said, his gaze fixed on their attackers. Donasek stepped back in fear, while Calawarner struggled to steady her trembling hands. Millet knelt, recovering from the blow. What are you doing here? I thought you escaped. And what's with that dangerous aura? Donasek stammered. You'll find out soon. Balance. Break. He declared, and the cleavers transformed into a red gauntlet on his arm. 10 minutes earlier, he had been desperate. Draig! I can't just run away. I have to help. He shouted in his mind as Raynare fought to buy him time. No choice, partner. It's 3 against 1. We need to leave. I can't let you die. Draig urged, but he pushed himself off the ground, ignoring the pain from his wounds. Why can't I summon my sacred gear? He panicked, trying again and again, feeling a dark voice taunt him. You're weak. I'm not weak. I have the power to protect. He retorted, BLD trickling down his back as tears welled in his eyes. She will die. No, she won't, he insisted, moving forward despite the tears. Forget about her for now. We need to escape. Draig's voice echoed in his mind as he clenched his fist, a deep red aura flickering around him. What? How is this possible? Draig exclaimed, sensing an evil presence forming around him. Issei Hyoudou, you want power to protect those you love and defeat those who threaten them. Yes. I'll do anything. He declared, and suddenly found himself in his mindscape facing Draig. Then give me your left arm. But be warned, holding that power for more than 10 seconds will destroy you. Now go. Draig instructed, touching his head and transferring energy throughout his body. Rest, Raynare. I'll deal with them, he said, feeling newfound strength surge within him as he prepared to confront their enemies. Balance. My aura erupted from my body, causing the fallen trio to step back in surprise. Donasek hesitated as Calawarner pointed at me, disbelief evident in her voice. No way is this brat the Red Dragon Emperor, she exclaimed, taking flight and summoning her light spear, even as she felt faint from the intensity of my aura. Who are you? And what are you doing in my territory? The Crimson Princess demanded, pointing at the figure I was holding in a bridal style. I introduced myself, Rias Gremory, just as Draig's countdown reached its end. My armor shattered, and Rias Gremory and her peerage gasped in shock at the sight of me, soaked in BLD. Their attention shifted from the red gauntlet on my left arm to Raynare, who rested in my arms. Akino's voice broke the silence. Rias. That woman is a fallen. And Issei Hyoudou is. I know. We found the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation. Who knew it would be this boy? Rias stepped forward, calling my name. Issei Hyoudou, do you know what you're holding there? That thing. It's not a thing, Rias. She is my girlfriend. Goodbye now, I said, attempting to walk past them. Kiba stepped in front of me, sword drawn, while Kaneko raised her fists, and Akino summoned a magic circle in her hand, all watching my movements closely. As I approached, I unintentionally let my aura flow out, sending chills down their spines. Kaneko was the most affected, nearly collapsing. Draig's voice echoed in my mind, urging me to retract my aura quickly to avoid drawing attention. I complied, and Kaneko finally managed to breathe again. Just as I turned to leave, I heard Rias call out to me. Issei Hyoudou. On Monday, please visit us at the ORC clubroom after school. We have much to discuss. I paused, glancing back and nodding before continuing my walk away from the park. As I disappeared from their sight, Rias sighed. His aura was quite dominating, Akino joked, prompting Rias to place a hand on her forehead, exasperated by her friend's antics. Kaneko muttered, "Scary," while Kiba tried to comfort her. Rias continued to stare in the direction I had gone. I need to inform Sona about this situation. Issei Hyoudou being the current Red Dragon Emperor is shocking enough. Is that why his personality has changed all of a sudden? Rias pondered aloud. Akino then asked, "Are you going to tell your brother?" Rias cut her off, her tone laced with frustration. He already has enough trouble dealing with that person and our marriage. He doesn't need to know about the Red Dragon Emperor yet. With that, Rias left, followed by Kiba and Kaneko, while Akino lingered for a moment, reflecting on her own situation. "Rias, you are my best friend, but when will you learn that sometimes it's best to ask for help?" Akino thought, disappearing in her magic circle as the events of the day faded away. The next day, Raynare awoke with a headache, confused about her surroundings. She found herself in a clean, neat bedroom adorned with posters. As she sat up, she noticed bandages covering her wounds, including a large one on her back. Who did this? She wondered aloud. Just then, the door opened, and a young man entered, carrying a tray of food and water. "Raynare, you're awake. Thank goodness," he exclaimed, placing the tray on his desk. "Issei?" she asked, and he nodded. "It's me, Raynare. How are you feeling? What happened? I remember creating an exit for you and fighting the traitors. If I'm still alive, they could find us. And I let a human in this as well." She panicked, her voice rising. As she grabbed her head in distress, I rushed to her side, trying to calm her down. "Raynare, it's okay, they are gone." I reassured her, but she shook me off, sending me crashing into the door. In her fear, she began to manifest an unstable light spear. "Draig, what do I do?" I called out, summoning my boosted gear. "Quickly grab her before she causes any damage," Draig urged. I ran back to her, my strength doubled as I grasped her wrists and gently tried to lay her back on the bed. She resisted, shouting in fear, which saddened and angered me. What did those traitors do to her? I thought, feeling Draig's aura envelop us gently, calming Raynare. As her tears began to fall, I embraced her tightly, allowing her to feel my warmth. I stroked her hair and hummed a soft tune. "Shoo, it's okay, Raynare. They won't hurt you anymore." Raynare wept quietly, her tears soaking my chest as she released her sorrows in my embrace. After a while, her sobs softened into whimpers, and she finally lifted her head to meet my gaze. Her purple eyes searched mine, filled with uncertainty. "Is it true? Are they gone?" she asked softly. I nodded gently. "Yes, Raynare. I took care of them." Her eyes widened slightly, and she hesitated before asking, "How? You are only human." I chuckled lightly. "Well, I had help. Draig, say hi." I lifted my arm to reveal the red gauntlet. "Hello, I'm Draig, also known as the Red Dragon Emperor. You're lucky my partner saved you. If it weren't for his stubbornness, you might not be here," Draig introduced himself, adding a touch of unnecessary commentary. "That's not nice, Draig. But yes, I'm this generation's Red Dragon Emperor," I said, trying to lighten the mood. Raynare looked at me in shock, her expression shifting to one of sadness. "So I was saved?" "Thank you," she said, and I nodded, allowing a moment of silence to settle between us. "So you knew about the supernatural world. And what I am?" she continued. I confirmed her words with a nod. "I knew somewhat about the supernatural world and from the very start what you were. I never wanted to lie to you, but finding out that a fallen angel was asking me out was too suspicious." I felt uneasy about how everything had unfolded, and Raynare clutched my shirt tightly. "Don't you think I'm disgusting? I've done so many terrible things. Am I a bad person?" she questioned, her voice filled with self-doubt. "Raynare, you are not disgusting. You are an appealing person inside and out." I replied firmly, wanting her to shake off these destructive thoughts. During our date, I felt a connection. I saw glimpses of the real you, moments that made me laugh and appreciate how cute you are. You were forced into those situations. You are not a bad person. She shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. It was all false. I only did that so I could kill you later because of your sacred gear. Our leader? My ex-Kokabil. She struggled to say the name, and Draig interjected. Kokabil. That warmonger from the Great War, one of the cadre generals under Azazel, Draig explained, noting her reaction to the name. I see what happened now, he added, and I felt the weight of the moment. Let's talk about this later, I told Draig, wanting to focus on Raynare. I'm here for you when you're ready to talk, I whispered, preparing to leave. But Raynare tightened her embrace, not wanting to let go. Can we stay like this for a little longer? She asked softly, snuggling into my chest. I smiled lovingly and wrapped my arms around her. Sure, I replied, and soon enough, she drifted off to sleep, comforted by my presence. I followed her into slumber, cherishing the warmth of our connection. A few hours later, I awoke to find Raynare still asleep, her grip on me tight. I decided to speak with Draig. Draig, what were you going to say earlier? I asked quietly. I was going to mention that Raynare had some sort of relationship with Kokabil, considering her reaction to his name. It suggests a connection that may have led to her being manipulated. The fallen trio you dealt with were likely friends of hers, Draig explained, and I frowned at the implications. This Kokabil must have played with her emotions, and her friends likely did the same. But why? I pondered, my thoughts racing. That is a strong possibility, partner. Killing sacred gear users is unheard of today. Typically, powerful individuals are recruited to factions to increase strength and influence. Azazel, the leader of the fallen angels, is known for being peaceful now. He wouldn't act recklessly like this, especially in devil territory, Draig continued. Who is this Azazel? I asked, curious about his background. Azazel is the fallen angel governor and leader of the fallen angel faction. He fell from heaven due to his thirst for knowledge and took many angels with him, forming the Gregory. They were once in the human realm but are now stationed underground, with 6 generals managing different sections of his army, Draig explained. What happened next? I pressed, eager to learn more. All 3 factions engaged in an endless battle for hundreds of years. The 4 great Satans aimed to dominate the world, while God and his angels fought to prevent it. The fallen angels joined the fray later, seeking to confront their creator while battling the great Satans, who viewed them as mere tools. The devils relied on their strength, the angels on their calculated attacks, and Azazel on his strategic prowess, Draig continued. His generals were crucial in the conflict, with 3 standing out, Shemhazai, Betrayal, and Kokabil. Together, they made the Gregory formidable. However, they eventually began losing more members than they could defeat. And that kept increasing the more they fought, for 2 reasons. I was curious and rubbed the back of Raynare's head as I listened. They fell to a pincer attack by both the devil and angel factions, caught in the middle of their conflict, which forced them to retreat earlier than expected. Some were angry. Could you guess who that was? Draig asked. I answered, Kokabil. Correct. His bloodlust couldn't hold him back, and he kept fighting. Injured Betrayal and tired Shemhazai had to pull him back, as the legion he led suffered heavy losses due to his reckless longing to continue fighting, Draig explained. Being the curious person I am, I kept asking about the great faction. What about the other factions? What happened to them? I inquired. Well, they both dealt fatal blows to each other due to their constant clashing and attacks on 2 dragons who were in a rivalry, Draig said. I thought for a moment before realizing, it was you and Albion. Your rivalry got mixed up in their war. Yes, our clashes affected both factions. They decided to hold a temporary truce and attack us together. Unbeknownst to them, that was a fatal mistake, as we also formed a temporary truce to take down both the underworld and heaven factions. In just a month, both factions were reduced by 50%. But then, God sealed us in sacred gears he created for humans, which weakened him significantly. After we were sealed, God and the great Satans, who were also weakened, fought valiantly, leading to the demise of the great Satans, with God nowhere to be found. Wow. That's a lot to take in, I said, taking a moment to process this information. That's enough history for today. Let's talk about the form you took in battle yesterday, Draig suggested. The armor. I replied. Yes, that draconic armor is what all my users who managed to unlock that powerful form used. It increases physical strength, mana usage, and mental fortitude. Most of my users utilized this form in combat, but only 20% managed to unlock it, and only 3% mstred it fully. The rest were either too weak or perished before reaching its full potential. Belzerd, Elsha, and Nero could do it because they had great potential and trained the hardest without dying early. It's called the Balance Breaker, Draig explained. The Balance Breaker, I repeated. You managed to unlock it earlier than most, but it's an incomplete version. The full version is much stronger and more powerful. Thanks to your determination to save Raynare and giving me your left arm, you can use this incomplete version for 10 seconds at best, but only once a day. Using it more will harm your body. Use this form wisely. I'll plan a training routine for you to strengthen it so you can achieve the full version of the Balance Breaker, Draig. Okay, for now, I'm just going to go back to sleep, I said, closing my eyes and embracing the soft bed while Raynare hugged me tightly. Where am I? Oh right, I'm in Issei's room, Raynare murmured as she slowly let go of me and wiggled out of my grip. She propped herself up on her arm, staring at my sleeping face. He looks so peaceful. It's kind of cute, she thought, brushing a strand of hair from my face as I began to wake up. Good morning, Raynare, I yawned, stretching my arms. Good morning, Issei. I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble the other day, she said, looking down at her hands gripping the blanket tightly. I placed my left hand on her shoulder and smiled gently. Raynare, look up at me. She tilted her head upwards as I took her hand and placed it on my chest, where she could feel my heartbeat. It's okay, Raynare. If you need a shoulder to lean on or someone to talk to, I'm here for you. I don't regret saving you or going on that date. So please, it's fine. Tears welled in her eyes as I wiped them away with the blanket. Thank you, Issei, she said, hugging me tightly, and I embraced her back. You're welcome. Now, should we get up and get something to eat? The food I brought must be cold by now. I think I have some old clothes in the garage that my mother doesn't use anymore. I'll bring them for you, I said, standing up and moving toward the door. You can stay here as long as you like. I don't mind at all, I whispered the last part, hoping she didn't hear it, but I could see her face turn bright red. I chuckled a bit before leaving the room. After quickly using the bathroom and brushing my teeth, I grabbed the box of clothes for Raynare. I'll be cooking breakfast now. There should be an extra toothbrush and towel in the bathroom. The shower is still warm, so call me if you need anything, I said before heading downstairs to the kitchen. I took a pan out of the cabinet, washed it, and placed it on the stove. While waiting for it to heat up, I grabbed a pack of eggs from the fridge, along with some oil. I cracked the eggs into a bowl, added pepper and milk for flavor, and began to whisk them. Taking 15 minutes to cook breakfast, I heard footsteps coming down the stairs. Ah, Raynare, right on time. Come and sit down, I called out. I placed the food on the wide table as Raynare sat down, eagerly grabbing her chopsticks. The aroma of the food made her hungry, and she took a bite of her bacon, a satisfied expression crossing her face. This is so good, Raynare exclaimed, beginning to eat quickly. I chuckled at her enthusiasm. Slow down, you might choke, Raynare. I devoured my food as I turned on the TV, watching the news while we both finished breakfast in about 10 minutes. Checking my phone, I realized it was Monday. Oh no, I have school today. I stood up quickly and dashed upstairs to grab my school uniform. Once dressed, I turned around to see Raynare standing in the doorway, her expression turning sad. You're leaving, she asked softly. I sighed, feeling a pang of guilt. It's only for a little while. I promise to come back, Raynare. After I meet with the others, I'll head straight home. For now, why don't you rest? There's more food on the table, and you can watch TV. I think I have some board games in my closet if you get bored. I hugged her gently. Oh, say, Raynare muttered, and I held her for a few moments before letting go. Make sure you don't open the door for anyone other than me. I'll be back, Raynare. I walked downstairs, and she waved goodbye as I opened the front door. Have a good day, Issei, she said, and I smiled back. Thank you, Raynare. I closed the door behind me and began my walk to school. In my mind, Draig communicated, I know. Whenever she is ready, she can talk to me. For now, we need to prepare for our meeting. I nodded at Draig's warning as I continued my walk. Finally, that lecture from the teacher is over. I exclaimed with joy. I strolled through the school halls, hands tucked into my pockets, my back slouched as I made my way to the ORC clubroom, which was easy to find in the old building by the track field. Be on guard, you never know when something might happen, especially with an heiress of the Gremory clan, Draig cautioned. I nodded and entered the building, noticing the clean black hallway adorned with appealing paintings, a stark contrast to the exterior. Approaching the wooden door, I softly knocked, waiting for permission to enter. Come in, a voice called. It had been about a week since I met Rias Gremory and had my date with Raynare. She was usually quiet and kept to herself unless I spoke to her or she needed something. I wasn't sure if we could be considered a couple, but I was okay with that. All I wanted was for Raynare to heal and know that I was there for her if she needed someone to talk to. Draig, it's been almost a whole month since we met, I said, resting my head on the couch cushions while Raynare sat in the kitchen, eating some leftovers. Yes, and you've been improving quickly since we started hunting stray devils and creatures lurking in the shadows. Your potential is growing, Draig replied. Potential? I can't wait for that day, I said, raising my hand in excitement, imagining myself soaring through the sky like a comet with wings of fire. Suddenly, I sat up, remembering I needed to go shopping today. I called out to Raynare, Hey, Raynare, would you like to go shopping with me? You've been cooped up in here for a while. What do you say? I checked my pockets to ensure my wallet was there. Raynare was silent, and I raised an eyebrow. Raynare, it's fine if you don't want to go. I'll be back in an hour and a half, I just need to buy more food. As I moved closer to the front door to grab my shoes, I heard footsteps behind me. Turning around, I saw Raynare walking up to me, putting on her shoes. I'll go. I need new clothes, she said, and I smiled, extending my hand for her to take. Okay then, let's go, Raynare. She hesitated for a moment but took my hand, and we walked out of the house together. As we walked in silence, I noticed a certain hope in her eyes, a flicker of life that had been missing. Draig had also picked up on it over the past week. Why don't you ask Raynare about what's going on with her? She never talks much about herself, Draig suggested. She needs time, Draig. She has trauma that can't just be overcome immediately. If I push her to talk, it might make her uncomfortable. She just needs someone by her side, knowing that when she's ready, she can talk to me anytime. We just have to wait for that moment, I replied as we continued our walk to the mall, which took about 20 minutes. I noticed some stares from people passing by, both older and younger women looking at me with admiration. While the man stared at Raynare, I glared at him, prompting him to look elsewhere as we entered the mall. We headed towards an expensive clothing store, but that was fine with me. As long as it made Raynare happy, that was all that mattered. Why don't you look around, Raynare? Pick whatever you like and I'll buy it, I suggested, gesturing for her to choose. Her eyes lit up as she walked down every aisle, even retracing her steps. Seeing her happy filled me with joy, so I took a seat on a nearby bench to wait for her return. Before long, Raynare approached me, holding 2 dresses in her left hand, along with a couple of pairs of black heels and sandals. In her right hand, she had some casual clothing, including black leggings and a few shirts. I'm ready, she exclaimed, her excitement evident. I opened my wallet to check my funds, feeling a bit anxious about how much I could spend. As long as she is satisfied and happy, that's what matters. Hopefully, I have enough for food, I thought as we walked to the register. An older woman employee noticed us and smiled. Are you ready to pay? She asked, and Raynare nodded enthusiastically. Yup, she replied, her happiness infectious. The woman chuckled, commenting on how it was nice to see us together. I felt a bit shy but handed over my card. After the transaction, The woman packed the dresses and shoes into separate bags, wishing us a lovely day as we left the store. Raynare looked different now, happier, with a sparkle in her eyes. "Did you have fun picking out those clothes?" I asked, and she nodded. "Yes, it's been a while since I got to shop like this." "Thank you," she said gratefully. "It's good to have fun every now and then. Now let's get some food before heading home so we can see how you look in your new clothes," I teased, making her blush slightly. A few hours later, we exited the mall with our food supplies. "Hey, Issei," she began, but before she could finish, someone accidentally bumped into her, causing both of them to fall. A soft voice exclaimed. I turned to see a foreign blonde nun in black attire. I helped Raynare up first and then offered my hand to the nun, who looked up at me with wide eyes. "I'm so sorry," she said in Italian, which I surprisingly understood. "What's your name?" I asked, intrigued by her presence. "You speak Italian." Her eyes sparkled as she took my hand, pulling herself up. Her smile was bright, and I couldn't help but chuckle. "Only a little," I replied, noticing Raynare's expression change as she watched us. "Thank goodness. I've been wandering around trying to ask for directions, but no one understands me." "My name is Asia Argento," she said cheerfully. "I'm Issei Hyoudou. Where do you need to go?" I asked, curious if she was looking for a church. "I was ordered to be stationed at a church nearby," she explained, rubbing the back of her head. "We could take you there if you want," I offered kindly. "I'd be very grateful if you would," she replied, her smile growing even wider. She smiled and informed Asia that it should be another 10 minutes walk from their current location. Raynare walked beside him, holding some of her clothes. Curious, he asked Asia what a nun like her was doing in this town. Asia explained that one of the bishops had instructed her to visit and assist a priest at the local church. When he inquired about the priest's name, Asia mentioned it was Father Fried. As they conversed, Raynare remained quiet, aware of who Asia was. She thought to herself about the mission she had been given regarding the nun. Just then, a child ran past them and fell in an alleyway, crying. Asia rushed to his side, kneeling to comfort him and extending her hands over a small wound on his knee. Her hands glowed with a bright green light as she healed him in moments. Once done, she helped the child stand, who thanked her before running off to join his friends. Intrigued by Asia's healing abilities, he asked her about it. She smiled and described it as a gift from God. They continued walking and arrived at the church, which looked somewhat worn down. He pointed it out to Asia, noting that it had been closed due to financial issues. Asia expressed her gratitude and said her goodbyes before heading towards the church, leaving him and Raynare to watch her go. Turning to Raynare, he sensed her concern. She mentioned that Asia was in danger, explaining that Kokabil wanted to capture the nun and take her sacred gear. The church was corrupt, and if they didn't act soon, something terrible could happen. He agreed that they needed to return home for now but planned to investigate further the next day. The following evening, they donned black clothing and prepared to leave. He noticed a change in Raynare since meeting Asia. When he asked if she was okay, she revealed she was trying to fix a mistake before someone innocent got hurt because of her. He smiled at her growth and reassured her as they approached the church, which had many boarded-up windows. He cracked his knuckles and stretched, then took her hand to comfort her as she expressed her uncertainty about creating a fully functional light spear. He agreed to take on most of the attacks if they encountered enemies, emphasizing the need to find Asia and get her out safely. As they reached the large wooden door, he summoned his boosted gear, transforming it into crimson blades. He quickly sliced through the locks, allowing them to enter the dilapidated church. Inside, it was dark, and he asked Raynare if she saw anything. She replied that it was too dark to tell. Suddenly, they heard movement, prompting him to grab Raynare and hide in a large closet. They peered through small openings to observe a man in white priest clothing venting his frustrations, while another priest warned him to be quiet, fearing Father Fried's wrath. But why would he move the ritual a day earlier? Now we need to keep watch here for him to finish the ritual. The priest adjusted his robes, revealing a short sword hanging at his waist. A day earlier. This is bad. We need to do something quickly. Raynare whispered urgently, her eyes wide with concern. For that, we need to leave our hiding spot and go out in the open. We don't know if there are more of them out there. We need to think carefully, and I'm still not sure if you're ready to fight yet, I replied, knowing that while I wanted to save Asia, I had to ensure Raynare would be okay. Issei, don't worry about me right now. We can talk later. Right now, we need to save Asia before it's too late. She insisted, her determination shining through as I met her pleading gaze. Fine. Please be careful, I said, and she nodded. Go. I shouted, bursting through the large closet and rushing toward one of the priests standing nearby. They quickly drew their weapons, startled by my sudden appearance. Who are you? One of the priests shouted as I swung my cleaver downwards, stepping forward. Your end. I declared, spinning my leg to strike the priest's cheek, knocking him slightly off balance. I followed up with a vertical slash to his stomach and then another across his chest. He grunted in pain as I used both cleavers to pierce his stomach, lifting him before slicing through him. Just then, before he could call for help, a light spear from Raynare struck him, and he fell. We need to hurry and find the entrance. It should be in the direction they came from. She pointed toward a dark hallway lined with multiple rooms. But how do we know which room it is? I asked as we quickly searched through each one. Raynare, look at this. Doesn't this look strange to you? I said as we entered the fourth room. A torch caught my eye. It looked different from the others. I pulled it down, revealing a hidden entrance with stairs leading downwards. This must be where Asia is, Raynare said, following me as we descended slowly, using the light from my cleavers to guide us. Partner, I sense something ahead. Be careful from this point forward. Draig warned me. Raynare, something is up ahead. Be ready to attack at any moment, I cautioned, and she nodded as we reached the final set of stairs, entering a large room filled with green light. Small windows were boarded up, and a large wooden cross stood in the center, surrounded by green candles. A small figure was attached to the cross, and I shouted her name. Asia. I called out, and she slowly lifted her head. Say. She groaned, but before Raynare could rush to her, a transparent barrier stopped her. My, is that Raynare I see? Yes it is, a man with wild white hair said as he appeared in front of Asia. You must be Father Freed, I said, pointing my cleavers at him. Yes, I am. So who may you be? Father Freed asked, crossing his arms as Raynare spoke again. Don't entertain him, Issei. Let's go save Asia. She urged, but Father Freed turned his attention to her. Is that Raynare? Why are you working with this kid? I see now. The device broke. That's really bad. He said, shaking his head as Raynare glared at him. Enough already. I shouted, glaring at Father Freed, who frowned. Don't you dare raise your voice against me, child. Unless you want me to teach you a lesson. He said with a twisted smile. Hand over Asia, and I will grant you a swift end. I warned him, hoping he would relent. You think I will listen to you? Handing over this nun is out of the question. He laughed, making an X with his fingers as I prepared to fight. Fine then. Raynare, get ready. We're going in full force, I told her, and she nodded, closing her eyes. With a deep breath, she summoned her battle attire, her light spear spinning around her as she took her stance. I mirrored her movements, adopting a taekwondo stance, ready for the confrontation. The fight is it. Come forth, my allies. Father Freed shouted as 5 magic portals opened, and multiple fallen angels emerged. Draig, boost my strength with every counter I have against them. I communicated telepathically. Got it, partner. Get ready, they are coming now. Draig replied as the fallen angels prepared to charge at us. Kill that boy. But not her. I could use her as my plaything. Father Freed commanded, and the battle was about to begin. Hopefully, Kokabil wouldn't mind too much. Raynare felt a surge of disgust at what Father Freed had said, and her hatred for him grew stronger. Issei's expression darkened, and his eyes glowed a bright green. With a sudden burst of speed, Issei appeared in front of the first fallen angel he encountered. In a swift motion, he dispatched the angel, sending the head rolling as he kicked the body towards Freed, who stood behind a transparent barrier, smirking. Looks like we have the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation here, Fried mused, contemplating the power he could gain by taking Issei's sacred gear. Meanwhile, 2 more fallen angels charged at Raynare, who moved her light spear forward. One of the fallen angels was quickly impaled, and Raynare jumped back just in time to dodge an attack from the other. She countered with precision, taking down the second angel with a swift strike. Issei, using his cleaver, finished off another fallen angel and turned to Raynare. "Raynare, I'll handle the last one. Get through that barrier," he shouted, rushing towards the final fallen angel, who was clearly shaken by the rapid defeat of his comrades. "Wait," the last fallen angel pleaded, fear evident in his voice. Issei, fueled by determination, charged at him, and the fallen angel fell back in terror. "You are no human. Monster," he cried, tears streaming down his face. But Issei was resolute, and with a swift motion he ended the fallen angel's life, leaving only feathers and BLD behind. "That's the last one. Let's save Asia now," Issei said, turning his attention to Raynare, who was struggling against the barrier with her light spear. "Try all you want, you can't pierce through this barrier, my dear Raynare," Fried taunted, enjoying her struggle as she began to tire. "Sheet, I'm losing mana fast," Raynare thought, feeling the strain of her efforts. Issei approached her, urging her to conserve her energy. "Raynare, save your strength. I've got this," he assured her, stepping up to face the barrier himself. "What can you do, Red Dragon Emperor?" Fried mocked, but Issei merely grinned, calling upon Draig for guidance. "How much strength do I need to slice through this barrier?" Issei asked. "Your body can handle at least 12 boosts right now. 3 should be enough since this barrier is poorly made," Draig replied. With determination, Issei prepared to strike. "Boost!" he shouted, and with a surge of power he slashed through the barrier. "Now, Raynare," he called out as she rushed towards Asia. Fried, sensing the urgency, drew a white sword from his waist to intercept her. "Not so fast," he shouted, but Issei intervened, blocking Fried's attack. "Don't you dare!" Issei yelled, pushing back against Fried's sword, which began to glow ominously. "That sword is dangerous," Draig warned. "It's a dragon-slaying sword, and even though it's low tier, it could be fatal for you. Use your incomplete balance breaker to end this." Issei glared at Fried, who was reveling in the moment. Raynare, meanwhile, was focused on freeing Asia from the cross. "Can you hear me, Asia?" Raynare shouted, as the nun slowly opened her eyes. "Oh, are you?" Asia asked weakly. "I'm Raynare. I was with Issei yesterday. Stay with me, I'll get you out of here," Raynare said, tearing the ropes binding Asia. The nun fell into her arms. "I've got Asia," Raynare called to Issei, who quickly responded. "Get out of here while I hold him back." Issei charged at Fried, who was visibly irritated. "Stop calling me a BS sturdy," Fried yelled, swinging his sword downwards. Issei dodged, retorting, "Should I call you a perverted then?" As they clashed, Fried's agility surprised Issei, who barely managed to evade a powerful uppercut. Fried pressed the attack, forcing Issei back against the wall. "Die!" Fried shouted, lunging forward, but Issei was ready. "Balance break," he declared, preparing for the next phase of the battle. I yelled as Fried backed up immediately when a red pillar of light appeared below me. My cleavers transformed back into a red gauntlet, and draconic red armor enveloped my body. Once encased in my armor, I remembered the time limit I had. I needed to finish this quickly. With a surge of energy, I flew towards Fried and slammed my fist downwards, cracking the floor beneath him. Fried jumped upwards, exclaiming, "This is really bad." He landed back on the ground and immediately looked up to see me in front of him. He swung his sword at my neck, and I used my left forearm to block the attack, feeling a strong burn from that sword. "The strength. The more I hit you, the more I'll take your strength and put an end to your sinful life under God's name," Fried declared as he prepared to swing again. I quickly jumped backwards, grabbing a shelf that had fallen to the ground and throwing it at him. He sliced it in half, and I used the boosters from my armor to add speed to my attacks. Aiming to roundhouse kick Fried, he used the bladed part of his sword to block the attack, and I felt the burn through my armored feet as well. Just touching the blade hurt me. I had to think quickly on how to limit the blade's contact with me within the time limit. I slammed my foot onto the ground, causing the church to shake from the pressure, making Fried lose his footing for a moment. Boost again. I yelled as the green gems glowed with more power. Using the boosters from my armor once more, I threw a punch into the air, creating a large shockwave blast that pushed Fried back with every hit. You think this will stop the great me? He scoffed, slowly countering the air blasts by timing his movements. Eat this, I shouted, grabbing a wooden cross and slamming it down onto Fried, who took a knee, struggling to block the attack. I knew I needed to keep adding more power to finish this fight. You're almost there, partner. Finish him. Draig urged as I suddenly felt pain in my stomach and coughed. Looking down, I saw a dagger piercing my abdomen. Fried stood up, revealing more dragon-slaying daggers hidden in his coat. This is just the beginning. Fried taunted as I fell to my knees, overwhelmed by the burning sensation in my stomach. Suddenly, I felt more flying objects heading my way. Arg! I grunted as 3 more daggers pierced my body, one in my shoulder, another in my chest, and the last in my eye. I screamed in agony as an unfamiliar energy invaded my body. Draig, the armor. I shouted, desperate for help. I can't repair it. Your mana reserves are low from earlier attacks. You need to run. Draig urged. I tried to stand, but Fried appeared in front of me, kneeing me where the dagger was lodged, pushing it further in. Good thing I was informed of your meeting with that nun. I had enough time to prepare for the rumored Red Dragon Emperor, Fried said, smirking. I tried to speak, but he backhanded my face, leaving a bruise. No use in speaking, brat. Once I'm done with you, I'll finish what I was going to do before you came here. As the heat from the daggers intensified, a familiar voice echoed in my mind, urging me to act. I felt a surge of anger and determination. I will end his life before he takes mine. I thought fiercely, remembering Raynare's face. Bye-bye, brat. Fried raised his sword, ready to strike. I tilted my head upwards, gritting my teeth in rage. Give it to me. I don't care who you are or what you are. If you can give me the power to end his life, I don't care what happens afterward. I shouted in my mind as the sword came closer. Suddenly, time slowed, and my eyes glowed with a new power. My iris transformed to crimson red as I caught the sword in my right hand, ignoring the pain from the blade slicing my skin. Fried looked surprised, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Draig sensed the change in my aura, realizing I was tapping into something far beyond my usual strength. He was confused about the situation unfolding around him. Fried shouted in frustration, demanding to know how he had managed to wield the sword. As Fried attempted to pull the sword from his grasp, he tightened his hold, and a sharp sound echoed through the area. The blade! Let go! Fried urged, struggling to reclaim the weapon. A grin spread across his face as unfamiliar memories began to flood his mind, feeling as if someone else was trying to take control of his body. Star breathing, first form. Burning star slash. My left hand ignited with flames as I appeared before Fried, aiming to strike upwards. Fried attempted to escape my grip but failed, and I made a swift cut across the right side of his face, causing him to cry out in pain. It hurts. Fried dropped his sword, backing away while clutching his injured face, fear evident in his eyes. Why, you brat, he shouted, and I couldn't help but grin, sensing his growing fear. Star breathing, second form. Explosion of the dead star. With a powerful downward swing of my cracked dragon-slaying sword, the area erupted in an explosion, the air around my attack rupturing. The ground beneath me and the floor above the church crumbled away, leaving Fried on his knees, his clothing torn from the blast, wounds appearing all over his body. The moonlight illuminated my figure as Fried's breath became ragged and unsteady. The sound of waves flowed along the crystal-clear ocean as a man stood atop the water, wearing a crimson-red Greory over a black kimono adorned with golden outlines. He held a crimson-red Nickeran sword, its hilt shaped like a star, resting in its black sheath at his hip. He gazed over the bright horizon, the breeze tousling his long, majestic golden hair. Suddenly, he spoke, his emotionless voice carrying across the waves. "My descendant. You have finally awakened the power deep within you." The once peaceful waves grew restless as he turned to see me standing awake, staring at his masked face. Curiosity piqued. "Who are you?" I asked. "Time will reveal my identity, my descendant, and the stories I hold. You possess the boosted gear that grants immense strength, but remember this." His bright, mixed red and orange eyes glowed through the eye holes of his white mask. "You carry the honor of the Hyoudou name, slayers who walk the path of the stars. Our actions have instilled fear in the world, but you are different." He approached me. "Our history is marked by the pain we caused and the wars we waged against those who threaten humanity. You can change that history. Find my sword, and mend what we have broken in this world, Issei Hyoudou." He stood before me, raising his hand, causing me to flinch as an unknown force held me in place. "Do not resist the power I bestow upon you, my descendant. When you awaken, reality will shift before your eyes. Beings of unknown power will seek to harm you, while others will attempt to control you because of the power awakened within you. Grow stronger. Learn the star-breathing technique. Embrace it fully so that those you love will not suffer because of it. We will meet again soon." He touched my forehead, and a sudden pain surged through my eyes as my iris began to change. A small red mark appeared on the back of my right hand before I blacked out, enveloped in soothing darkness. I awoke to the sound of loud cawing ravens, sitting up quickly, breathing heavily as I surveyed my surroundings. This was not my room, and I held my head in confusion. What happened? All I remember was the church. Saving Asia. Fighting Freed. Raynare. Where are they? I tried to get up in a hurry, only to see the boosted gear manifesting on my arm. "Calm down, partner. Asia and Raynare are safe. Freed is gone, so please sit back and relax. You're still weak from the fight," Draig reassured me, and I noticed the red mark on my right hand. Was that dream real? I pondered just as the doorknob turned. Raynare walked in, followed by Asia, who peeked her head in before entering. "Issei, you're awake." Raynare rushed toward me, wrapping her arms around me, a slight whimper escaping her. "I'm happy to see you too," I replied, embracing her. She looked up, raising her right hand to gently touch the upper left part of my face. "Raynare?" I asked. "It's healed," she said softly, confusion crossing my features. "What do you mean?" I wondered, just as Asia approached, her eyes sparkling with happiness. "My savior, I'm glad you're okay." She took my right hand in hers. "Okay, Draig, what's going on?" I asked, and he responded in surprise. "You don't remember getting injured? Surgery was needed for your left eye to heal." Raynare and Asia stared at me for a moment before a magic portal appeared on the wall. "So you're awake? That's good," a man with black hair and yellow bangs said, his hands tucked into a large brown coat. "Who are you?" I asked, preparing to defend myself if necessary. Raynare stood beside the man, introducing him. "This is my father, Azazel." My eyes widened at her words. "You mean the leader of the fallen angels is your father?" I exclaimed, and Azazel chuckled. "Yes and yes, kid. I've heard a lot about you from my daughter." He conjured a chair and sat down in front of me. "I'm grateful for what you did for her. What she endured was terrible. Thank you for taking care of her," Azazel said, bowing his head as I raised my hands. "No, it's fine. You don't need to do that," I quickly replied, and he lifted his head back up, his expression suddenly turning serious. "Red Dragon Emperor, there are many questions I need to ask you. Will you please answer them?" I nodded, sensing the gravity of the moment as Azazel turned towards Raynare, who was holding Asia's hand. "Let's come back later, Aisha," Raynare said, leading her out of the room, Asia's mood slightly gloomy. "Now that they have left, what do you want?" I asked Azazel, who straightened up in his seat. Raynare explained everything to me about her past, the pain she endured. "But tell me, Issei Hyoudou, what is your goal? What motivates you to keep going?" Azazel's gaze was intense as I gripped the bed sheets. Power. To gain more power to protect the ones I love. Before I met Draig, I was just a worthless pervert, only thinking with my impulses. Fate had plans for me to fail as a man. A son to parents who only worried about my future. A surge of confidence filled me. But I changed that. I changed my fate to become who I am now and who I will be in the future. I will continue to grow with Draig's help, evolving to become one of the strongest beings in the world. That is my goal, my motivation. Azazel's stern expression softened into a gentle one as he relaxed in his chair. Interesting kid. I accept you. I tilted my head, confused. Accepted. Well, you don't seem naive, so I think you can connect the dots yourself. Help my daughter. Support her through the pain she has endured. She misses you dearly and was very worried when you were injured. It took a long time to remove that dagger from your eye, which was preventing you from healing fully. Thank you, I said, and Azazel waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, kid. I'm also very interested in what you did in the battle with the priest. The church was basically destroyed, and the area around it was left in ashes. Draig finally spoke after listening to our conversation. I would like to know as well, partner. What you showed in those final moments of using that strange power almost rivaled my own when I was not sealed. I don't really know how to explain that. Can you keep a secret? I asked both Draig and Azazel. What for? Azazel questioned. It's just not to worry the others outside, I replied. If that's the case, sure, kid, Azazel agreed, understanding the need for discretion. I will always follow you no matter what, partner. What you say here will remain between us three. I will put my pride on the line, Issei, Draig assured me. I've been hearing strange voices in my head. At first, they were just whispers, but they grew louder. Every action I take, they speak. Every time I look in the mirror, foreign memories invade my mind. During the battle, just before Fried's sword struck me, the voices said something to me. Azazel's expression turned curious. What did these voices say? It was some sort of chant, I explained. What were the words of the chant? Draig asked. The words were mixed up, so I couldn't remember them clearly. At first, I felt anger that made my lungs burn, and the thought of dying disgusted me. These foreign memories of someone else were appearing in my mind, as if someone was controlling my body while I was just a key to those actions. I looked at my hands, trying to recall that moment. Strange. Is it a sacred gear? A possibility of a new one? No, there are only 13 confirmed sacred gears. The chance of a human having 2 sacred gears is extremely low. There is a possibility, but it's slim to none. No human in the history of the supernatural has had 2 sacred gears. Draig, what do you think of this? Azazel turned to the dragon whose soul rested in the boosted gear. I don't sense any other soul in my partner's body, but I do sense some strange energy lingering after he fought Fried, Draig replied. Strange energy. Issei, do you know what that newfound power felt like? Azazel asked. It felt like my body was burning, my heart slowing down. I experienced a sense of calmness cooling me down as I started to breathe strangely. Every movement I made was in sync with my breathing, I answered. Sync with your breathing? Where have I heard this before? I might know about this, Azazel said, standing up from his chair. You do. I replied as Azazel summoned a small portal beside him, reaching inside and pulling out an old red-colored book that has a few worn-down pages as he opened it up. The book I have here might be related to your situation, Azazel said, turning to a few pages before stopping. The vessel of the star-breathing techniques. It's possible that you are a vessel who could use these techniques. He handed me the book, and I stared at the page, seeing ancient drawings of what looked like a samurai holding a red blade with a hilt shaped like a star, surrounded by flames. These pictures. Why do they look so familiar? I mumbled as Azazel cracked his neck. Well, since you'll be here for a while, why don't you rest up? By tomorrow, we can continue our conversation. Knowing that you might be the one in centuries to use the star-breathing techniques makes me excited. Azazel chuckled as I looked at him curiously. How do you know about this? I wondered, intrigued by how much Azazel seemed to know about the breathing technique. Let's just say I ran into someone who knew the star breathing technique long ago, and they handed me this book for safekeeping. Azazel turned to leave but glanced back. See you later, kid. He left the room, and I sat in silence. Partner. Draig spoke. It's nothing, Draig. I have a lot on my mind. My relationship with Raynare, the voices in my head, Asia's situation. It's taking a toll, to be honest. I sighed and laid my head back on the soft, comfy pillow. I see. It's best to rest and cool off for now, partner. Hopefully, when you wake up, your mind will be clearer and your thoughts rearranged. Draig said as I slowly closed my eyes, feeling drowsiness wash over me. Good night, Draig. I whispered as I finally fell asleep. Man, that was a nice nap. I stretched my arms as I sat up, seeing the bright light shining through the black curtains. You up, Draig? I asked, hearing a loud yawn from my left as a green gem appeared. Yes, I'm awake now, partner. Draig replied as I got off the bed and walked to the mirror to check my appearance. Now that I was fully recovered in both mind and body, it was time to do some light exercises to get my BLD pumping for the day's events. I moved to a more open space in the room and began doing push-ups and sit-ups. To my surprise, these basic exercises felt easier than before. I counted around 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups without taking breaks before moving on to lunges. Just as I finished, the door opened, and Raynare walked in with a tray of food, followed by Asia. You're awake, Issei. Raynare placed the tray of food on the desk, and I greeted her back. Good morning, Raynare and Asia. I grabbed 2 chairs for them to sit in and took a bite of the food. This is delicious. Thanks for bringing me food, Raynare, I said, and she smiled. It's no problem, it's what I can do since that fight. Raynare chuckled as I turned my attention to Asia, who was fidgeting in her chair. Speaking of that day, how are you doing, Asia? What you experienced was really terrible. I'm sorry for what almost happened to you. I tried to apologize, but Asia shook her head. It's fine, Issei-kun. You don't need to apologize at all. It was my fault for getting tricked like that. Asia said. It's not your fault either, Asia. You believed that the church sent you to create a new place for believers. But underneath that order was something much darker, Raynare said, patting Asia's shoulder, who smiled back. Yes. I thought this order was to create a place for people to pray and redeem themselves. But who knew I was forced into that situation? Asia's expression turned slightly gloomy, and I wondered what kind of organization would send a pure-hearted nun into such a dangerous situation. A sin. What do you mean? Raynare gently asked, trying not to push too hard on the soft-hearted nun. I listened closely while trying to eat quietly. There was a man back where I am from who was greatly injured. With the gift I was bestowed, I healed him, not knowing he was a devil, and as a nun, I wasn't supposed to heal beings from dark forces. But I felt really sad for that man and ignored that order because I believed there is always good in everyone. Asia lifted both her hands, and green energy began to appear in her palms. When I was just a little girl, I always wanted to make everyone happy, no matter their background. That's why I became a nun. Knowing I was forced to ignore someone's pleas just because they were different made me really sad. I was given this gift, but I can't use it because I was told that all devils were bad. Asia closed her hands and took out a pendant from her pocket, opening it to show us a picture of a group of children. All around Asia, there were children with unique features. Some had horns, elf-like ears, cat ears, and even tails. It was clear that before Asia became a full-fledged nun, she had grown up caring for children from various supernatural races. Asia pondered her past, wondering how the children were doing and if they would remember her if they ever met again. Raynare comforted her, assuring her, I'm sure they remember you, Asia. And forget the church. They discriminate against anyone who doesn't fit their agenda, thinking they're being watched by a higher power. Asia's bright smile returned, even as tears fell from her eyes. You are a great friend, Raynare. Asia exclaimed, her pure and cute demeanor making everyone's heart race. Raynare responded, I think you're a good friend too, Asia. They shared a warm hug, and I couldn't help but smile at their bond. I felt happy that Raynare seemed more lively since meeting Asia, She had a way of uplifting others. Their friendship had blossomed over the past few days, and I wondered if Raynare had confided in Asia about her own struggles. I finished my meal and placed the dishes on the table, while Draig spoke in my mind. It seems so, but I have my doubts. It might be best for you two to talk alone, like how friends do, Draig suggested. I realized he was hinting at the idea of a date. Are you suggesting a date? I asked. Yes, the first one was decent for getting to know each other, but Raynare was under pressure then. Now that she's free, you can start fresh and rekindle your relationship. I sense you have strong feelings for her, Draig pointed out, causing me to blush slightly. I'll find a way to make that happen. For now, let's help Asia get Raynare to open up more before we push further, I replied, and Draig agreed. Just then, Azazel entered the room, dressed in a black t-shirt and a dark purple coat. Good morning, everyone, he greeted, leaning against the wall. Good morning, Father, Raynare and Asia replied in unison. Asia stood up, bowing briefly as I waved. I'd love for you two to continue your conversation, but Issei and I have important matters to discuss, Azazel said, and Raynare and Asia nodded before leaving the room. Raynare quickly hugged me before departing, which made Azazel smirk. She really likes you, huh? He remarked as he took a seat. Now, let's talk about what's important, he continued, crossing his legs. There are 3 things we need to discuss. 1 about the star-breathing technique, 2 we'll save for later, and 3, would you like to visit the familiar forest? I questioned, familiar forest. Draig seemed to react, recalling past encounters with those who resided there. How would I even get permission to go inside? I thought only devils could enter, I asked Azazel, who smirked in response. I have my ways. Here, take this, he said, tossing me a bag. I opened it to find new clothes and a bright orange amulet. Clothes? I asked, pulling the amulet out first. That amulet will conceal the aura forming around you, especially around your eyes and heart, Azazel explained, revealing a pair of black long sleeves and breathes, accompanied by a dark brown cloak. My aura? I inquired, and Azazel continued, did Draig never tell you? Since you awakened the boosted gear and merged with Draig, your genetic makeup has changed. About 90% of you is human, while 10% is dragon. Azazel's eyes glowed as he observed a swirling stream of energy around me, connecting to my heart and eyes. Your aura has 2 colors, red from Draig and orange from the star-breathing technique. Speaking of which, I have a lot of information about it. Would you like to hear it? I nodded eagerly. Long ago, I met a man in a white mask, wearing a red haroi and a black kimono with golden outlines. His long golden hair flowed down his shoulders, and he wielded a powerful blade. We became friends. His name was Hoshi Achahai, your ancestor from centuries ago, Azazel revealed, leaving me in shock. So that man in my dream was my ancestor. I thought, staring at the red mark on the back of my hand. He created a technique that pushed the limits of a normal human. If he were alive today, he would be considered the peak of human development and athletic prowess. But that was only the beginning of what he could do. The breathing technique granted him power that could almost rival that of a few strong gods like Susanoo no Mikoto, Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, and possibly Indra. It was astonishing to think that his ancestor could have achieved such strength. Even Draig was uncertain if Azazel was telling the truth. I think you've gotten too old, Azazel. There's very little chance that a mortal could achieve that much unless they had a sacred gear, were gifted with mana, or received a blessing from a god. It's impossible for him to reach the levels of those powerhouses in the supernatural world. Which beast do you think would match well with me? He asked Draig. Considering your battling style is more about speed and applying pressure to your opponents, I would suggest forming a contract with a lightning tiger. They excel in stealth and quick movements while targeting vital points. However, since you also have this breathing technique, which seems to favor power, perhaps a hydra or minotaur would be suitable as well. Ultimately, it's up to you to decide. Those were good suggestions, but with both the boosted gear and the breathing technique, which he knew little about, he felt the need to re-evaluate his skills and find a new fighting style. As he walked around, he suddenly sensed another presence nearby. I sense that this creature poses very little danger to you, but be cautious, Draig warned. He nodded and summoned his boosted gear, hoping the amulet would mask the energy surging from the red gauntlet. A red-furred feline with 2 tails, each tipped with fire, emerged from the bushes. Its dark orange eyes glared at him, and 2 long, dagger-like teeth protruded from its mouth. "What do you think about this one?" he asked, preparing for a potential fight as Draig analyzed the creature. "Too weak to be of any use for you. But since we have time to search for other beasts to contract with, you can use this place as a training ground. Be prepared to defend yourself if needed." He grinned, feeling a rush of excitement as he readied himself for a challenge. The red feline sprinted towards him, baring its fangs. He dodged its attack and landed a straight jab to the back of its head, sending it crashing to the ground. Grabbing 2 of its tails, he threw it against a nearby tree, causing half of it to fall as the feline slowly got back up, trying to shake off the pain while continuing to glare at him. "Is that all you've got? I'm not even trying here," he taunted. The feline became more aggressive, orange markings appearing on its body as its eyes glowed brightly. It aimed its tails at him, and he felt a thrill at what was to come next. The feline shot large fireballs at him, which he narrowly dodged. He charged forward, tightening his leg muscles before releasing his energy. In an instant he was in front of it, grabbing its head with one hand and using the other to strike. He could see the feline losing energy before he finally let it go. "Man, that felt good," he said, wiping the sweat from his forehead and checking on the feline. "It looks like it has a tough skull, so it should be fine. It appears to be unconscious from the impact. Move it to a thick bush to keep it safe from other predators, then we can continue," Draig advised. He nodded and quickly moved the feline to safety before continuing on his way. "How would you rank that fight, Draig?" he asked, eager to see if he had made any progress. "A low to mid-ranking, comparable to 1 or maybe 2 pairs of wings from a fallen angel," Draig replied. He cracked his knuckles, feeling determined. "It seems to be the same as before, but that's fine. There are many stronger opponents out there to test my strength against," he thought as he surveyed the area. Strange giant hawk-like birds flew overhead, large rocky golems sat in one spot, and multiple horned rhinos with knife-like spines roamed nearby. There were plenty of creatures to choose from for forming a contract. He kept his hood over his head and checked to ensure the amulet was still in good condition. After what felt like an hour, he came across a large blue lake, staring at it in wonder. "Wow, that's a big lake," he said, kneeling to scoop water into his hands and splash it on his face to cool off. Suddenly, he felt an intense sense of danger approaching and quickly backed away. A giant tail slammed down where he had just been, and he summoned his boosted gear once more. "Could it be?" Draig exclaimed in shock as he followed the movement of the tail retreating back into the lake. "Draig, what's going on?" he asked, sensing the urgency in Draig's voice. "This creature is a gargantuan Leviathan. How is it still alive?" Draig shouted as I noticed a large shadow in the middle of the lake growing larger. A beast, covered in black, hard reptilian scales, emerged from the water. Its long, serpentine body rose above the surface, towering at an impressive height. Its head resembled that of a dragon, with 3 bright, orb-like eyes on each side. Long tentacles, nearly half its body length, surrounded its head, and saliva dripped from its mouth as the Leviathan stared at me with curiosity. To my shock, I noticed another creature hanging from its mouth, resembling a giant white shark. "What is that, Draig?" I shouted in panic, realizing this was far beyond any challenge I had anticipated. "Don't move, Issei. It's assessing whether you are a threat or food. Let it satisfy its curiosity for a moment," Draig instructed. I could swear I saw a glint in the Leviathan's eyes as the tense standoff felt like it lasted an eternity. Eventually, it turned away and sank back into the lake, leaving me shaken. I felt like I was going to die there. I admitted, and Draig sighed in relief. "That creature is a mythical being thought to be extinct since the old war with Samuel. If Samuel was bad, this is worse," Draig explained, and I couldn't take my eyes off the lake, filled with questions. "Are you talking about the snake from the Bible that tempted Adam and Eve?" How can this creature be worse than him? I asked. Yes, that's Samuel. But the Bible doesn't tell the full truth about him. While he did tempt Adam and Eve, there's a darker side to him that terrifies us dragons. His BLD can kill us. It's a curse that even the strongest dragons fear. Samuel was a failed creation of God, filled with rage and hatred for his creator and for those who mocked him in heaven, Draig continued. Samuel was subjected to experiments that turned him into a vile being, the bane of dragons. Luckily, he is imprisoned far away. As for the Leviathan, it could rival Ophis. Its hunger is boundless, with no beginning or end. Fortunately, it's still in its juvenile stage, very few reach adulthood, and most of its kind have been wiped out, Draig concluded as I clenched my fists, trying to shake off the fear that gripped me. What was this feeling? Why was I still trembling? Didn't I have power now? I was William Drake, and I was Issei. I needed to embrace that reality. Draig, I'm going to do something that will greatly affect my future. I don't know if I will survive it, but if I want to thrive in this world, I must take risks. I need to show that I am serious about gaining great power, to stand against the likes of the Leviathan, and to express my true feelings to Raynare, I declared, turning to walk deeper into the forest, searching for a clearing. I want Raynare to feel safe with me, to know that it's okay to show her emotions. But I can't achieve that if I remain as I am. I need to learn about my ancestor who wielded the sun-breathing technique, find his sword, master that technique, and make my name known across the skies. I continued, my determination growing. Draig listened in silence, beginning to understand my resolve. Partner, you can't be thinking about fighting her. You have great potential, nearly reaching the likes of Nero, but you can't do that if you challenge someone above your skill level. Draig argued, clearly concerned. Draig, how did Nero, Elsha, and Belzerd achieve their power? They took risks that shaped who they became. I countered, my frustration rising. Issei, back then it was a time of constant war. They faced risks that could have cost them everything, but this era is different. I'm tired of seeing my past users perish. Most of them didn't even reach their 30s. You can gain power without fighting beings beyond your current abilities. Draig raised his voice, trying to reason with me. I clenched my fists tightly, feeling the weight of my emotions. In a moment of anger, I punched a nearby tree, obliterating it with the impact. Draig, stop lying to me. I know what you're saying isn't true. Azazel mentioned something about my aura being off, something strange forming around me. Remember the voices? The visions? They were all not about my ancestor. They were all about me. There was someone else I never told you about, a shadow entity that used to linger around me when I slept back at home. It haunted me with nightmares. So tell me the truth, Draig. Why can't I take a risk on something that could benefit me if I come out alive? Why do you say we're in different times when you sense something is about to happen? What about the Leviathan? I bet you were shocked that it was still alive. Times are changing, Draig. I may be 90% human, but I know things you don't. As I covered my left eye, more visions began to flood my mind. I saw a beast with 6 heads and 6 golden crowns standing over the fading horizon, its mere presence causing decay around it. Its body was made of numerous creatures that crawled and twisted on the land. The hatred it bore against life radiated from its aura, a mindless beast that knew only destruction. I envisioned multiple outer gods beyond our world, made of machinery and cosmic parts, clutching our planet in their hands. The son of Lucifer was planning to reunite the old Satan factions and conquer the world. Ophis was leading the Cows Brigade to reclaim her home. The hero faction aimed to eliminate every supernatural being to prove that humans were the only supreme beings in this world. Loki wanted to start Ragnarok. These were events I only knew as a person who once thought DxD was just a fictional story meant to entertain teenagers with its humor and powerful abilities of the main cast. Please, Drake, I pleaded as he fell silent. I needed to take this step, no, a leap, toward where I wanted to be. Ever since you gave me your arm, the day you activated your incomplete balance breaker, your aura has slowly started to manifest. All my past hosts went through these steps. The aura of domination is what they gained from me. But you gained something much more. An aura that is dark and corrupted, filled with rage and a hunger for ultimate power. Your growing aura resembles that of an evil dragon, Draig explained. An evil dragon? Why didn't you tell me this, Draig? I asked. Knowing that your aura is that of an evil dragon could affect your mind. I wanted you to grow stronger before revealing this. Understanding one's aura can lead to freedom or downfall. An evil dragon's aura is uncontrollable, often causing dragons to lose themselves when faced with loss or madness. It grants immense power but consumes your life force quickly. That's why I kept this a secret from you, Issei, Draig admitted as I gazed at the sky of the underworld. I understand why you did it, Draig. But no more secrets from now on. Right now, I need you to watch my back as I take this path. I want to live, love, and fight for those I want to protect. I shouted passionately. Draig fell silent once more before responding. Fine. But if there's a chance you will die, run far away and never look back, Draig said sternly. I smiled, looking around my surroundings. Is there any weakness I need to know before fighting Tiamat? I asked, knowing that strategy and understanding my opponent's strengths and weaknesses were crucial. You need to be wary of her stealth skills. She is a strong hunter who will ambush any prey that crosses her path. Even I couldn't sense her in my younger days, and now that she's fully grown, her skills may have improved. If she uses her stealth, look for an outline that deflects light from her body. Be cautious of her mastery over the 5 elemental elements, and avoid a slugfest with her. Use a hit-and-retreat approach since her strength is 20 times greater than yours. I'll teach you a skill you can use for both long and short range, Draig replied as I prepared myself. What is this ability called? I asked. Dragon Shot, Draig said as I summoned my boosted gear. Let's do this, I exclaimed, slamming my fists together, creating a small shockwave. Are you ready, Draig? I asked, having removed my cloak long ago, clutching the amulet in my left hand as my boosted gear appeared. Remember what I said, partner? If you see a chance of losing, run immediately. Let's begin, Draig instructed as I crushed the amulet in my hands, causing the green gems in my boosted gear to glow brightly. The energy I will release now will be directed at Tiamat. Get ready. Draig shouted as the wind around me whipped violently, and a large wave of energy shot out from my boosted gear. A loud screech echoed as I sensed an ominous intent directed at me. The clouds above began to darken, swirling ominously as the once pure white turned to dark gray, with little light breaking through. I heard the loud flapping of wings approaching rapidly, and I got into position to face the Chaos Karma Dragon, who landed before me, mist swirling around her, only revealing the shadow of her massive form. As the mist cleared, a voice rang out. Draig, you have the audacity to show up in front of me again. Do you think I will forgive you for last time? Tiamat shouted as her form became clearer in my vision, illuminated by the light breaking through the clouds. Her appealing light blue hair flared around her, and her large dark blue horns, adorned with golden scale-like designs, added to her imposing presence. She fixed her red, glaring eyes on me, pointing with a transparent pink flower in her left hand. It's been a while, Tiamat. Draig spoke, sensing her annoyance. After the pain you caused me, I'll get my revenge. Tiamat's dark blue aura pulsed around her, crushing the pink flower in her grip as she bared her sharp dragon teeth at me. Issei, she's coming now. Get ready. Draig warned as I shouted, Boost. Boost x10. Powerful energy surged through my body just as Tiamat leaped towards me, raising her left fist. I swung my left fist forward, and our punches collided, creating a shockwave that rippled through the air. Yeah. Tiamat growled as she began to overpower me, pushing me backward. Realizing I couldn't hold my ground, I leaped sideways, narrowly avoiding her fist as it slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater. This is intense, I thought to myself. Told you, Draig remarked as Tiamat lifted her fist, smoke billowing off of it. She crouched down and suddenly appeared right in front of me, her fist almost grazing my face. I barely dodged her punch, and in the moment it missed, I threw my right fist into her stomach, hoping to push her back. My punch connected, but she laughed, unfazed. You've got to do better than that, host of Draig. Come here. She grabbed my face and jumped high into the sky, and I struggled to pry her hands off me. Issei. Draig yelled in concern as Tiamat's eyes glowed an ominous orange. Fire elemental art, blazing railgun. Blue flames erupted in her hand, and she hurled me across the forest, flames trailing behind me as I desperately tried to extinguish them. Before I could catch my breath, Tiamat appeared in front of me again, hands raised high. Wind elemental art, windstorm. She struck me down, and I crashed into a cluster of trees. My back. I groaned, pushing myself up from the wreckage of branches. I looked up at the sky, feeling overwhelmed. This doesn't look winnable, Issei, Draig said, but I shushed him. I'm just getting started. Tiamat smirked as she sprinted towards me, and I flew across the ground from her backhand. Boosted gear, crimson blades. My red gauntlet transformed into 2 red cleavers, which I stabbed into the ground to halt my momentum. Tiamat was almost upon me, and a vision flashed in my mind. You are finished, host of Draig. Her hands morphed into dragon claws, light blue scales covering her forearms. Time seemed to slow as I saw her claws nearing me. My mind cleared, and I felt a surge of energy within me. Star breathing. Third form. The wind around me intensified, and Tiamat sensed the danger. Star wind blaze. In a swift motion, I appeared in front of Tiamat just as she attempted to punch me. I crouched, avoiding her strike, and maneuvered behind her, swinging both cleavers in a scissor-like motion at her waist. Her scales deflected my attack, and I leaped back to prepare for another strike. You coward! Tiamat shouted, more light blue scales forming on her body. Her arms became armored, and a majestic blue tail emerged behind her. Issei, she's going to breathe fire. I jumped upward as Tiamat's mouth glowed, releasing a torrent of blue flames. I swung my arms downward, slicing through her fiery attack just in time to land safely. Boost X10. I charged forward, swinging both cleavers. Tiamat blocked with her forearm, parrying my strikes before delivering a roundhouse kick that sent me crashing into a rock. Ugh! I gasped as I hit the ground, BLD trickling down my face. I looked around, trying to locate Tiamat. Where is she? I wondered aloud. Partner, she's using the stealth skill. Look for the outline of her body. Draig urged as I pushed through the pain, lifting my cleavers, ready for the next move. Looking around, I sensed the urgency of the situation. Suddenly, I turned just in time to block a punch that sent me flying back, my cleaver digging into the ground for support. Before I could regain my footing, another blow connected with my face. Boost X12. I felt my body harden from the surge of energy as I moved my cleaver forward, hoping to strike Tiamat. But then, I felt a force gripping my blades tightly. It's time to end this, child. Taking you down will make my day much better and my long-awaited revenge all the more satisfying. Tiamat declared, her voice echoing ominously as she wrenched one of my cleavers from my grasp. She seized my neck, her strength overwhelming as she pressed down hard. With a sudden motion, I was thrown high into the sky, breaking the sound barrier as I landed on the peak of a mountain, creating a large crater upon impact. Coughing and feeling the pain radiate through my body, I struggled to rise. Issei, you need to run now. I shouldn't have let you continue this. Draig's voice echoed in my mind, growing faint as my vision blurred. No. I will not fail. I fought to keep my eyes open, pushing through the pain and exhaustion. My foolish descendant, you are not meant to die this early. I'll help you this one time. Energy surged into me, revitalizing my spirit as I grasped my cleaver and looked up to see Tiamat, her large blue-scaled wings unfurling against the darkening sky, surrounded by swirling orbs of elemental power. Fire, water, energy, Tiamat called, merging the elements into a glowing orb of immense power. She extended her palms forward, the air around her crackling with energy as her eyes glowed fiercely. Goodbye, child. Until we meet again, Draig. Tiamat said, her tone sincere toward me but filled with malice for Draig. Issei. Draig shouted as Tiamat unleashed her attack, a beam of energy that threatened to obliterate everything in its path. Balance breaker. I called out, my red armor manifesting as I gathered energy into my palm. A small red orb formed, and I aimed it at Tiamat's beam, feeling my body strain under the pressure. I will not die here. Dragon shot. Full release. I shouted, launching the massive beam that collided with Tiamat's attack. Tears streamed down my face as I felt the strain on my armor, but I pushed through, determined. Tiamat struggled against my attack, sweat beading on her brow as she shouted in disbelief, "How is this possible? Why won't you just give up?" "I won't die here, Tiamat. I promise Draig that I will defeat you. I have someone I love back home, and I will do anything to return to her," I declared, channeling my newfound strength. A dark red energy enveloped me, and draconic wings emerged from my back as I released another powerful dragon shot. The force of my attack began to overwhelm Tiamat's, pushing her back. "No, it can't be," Tiamat exclaimed, realizing the gravity of her situation. She shielded herself with her arms and wings, but the impact was devastating, resulting in a massive explosion. As the smoke cleared, I gasped for breath, feeling the pain return as my armor was damaged. "You did it. I did it," I shouted, exhilarated despite my exhaustion. "Holy partner." Draig marveled at the power I had unleashed and my determination to keep my promise. But my victory was short-lived. A giant blue-scaled hand grasped me, and I looked up to see Tiamat's dragon form emerging from the smoke, her appearance both fearsome and intimidating. "Lucky for you, I've revealed my true form." Tiamat's voice was low and menacing as she surveyed the damage. Her gaze returned to me, and I felt my strength waning. "You are the first in a long time to give me a good fight, child, but it's unfortunate that you are Draig's host." Her grip tightened, and blood trickled from my mouth as I struggled to speak. "Why?" I managed to ask. "No use in speaking, child. This is my mercy for a young one like you." Tiamat's expression softened as she moved closer, but I felt powerless, unable to summon my boosted gear. "Partner, what you did was incredible. I'm sorry for this. If there's a chance you reincarnate into another host of the boosted gear, then we can meet again," Draig said, his voice filled with emotion as he clenched his fist, trapped within the sacred gear. If only he could escape. As darkness began to close in around me, I felt Tiamat's presence looming above. "Let the boy go now," a stern voice commanded. Tiamat halted, turning to see a man clad in armor with sharp shoulder pads and a flowing black cape, his long crimson hair billowing in the wind. "Sirzechs Lucifer," Tiamat exclaimed, her eyes widening as she recognized him. I looked up to see Sirzechs staring intently at me. "What are you doing here, Sirzechs?" Tiamat shouted, arms crossed defiantly. I sensed a significant amount of energy and mana being used here, and the rift in the sky is visible throughout the underworld. "I have special permission to be here," Sirzechs replied, glancing at me before sighing. "So drop him and leave." Tiamat reluctantly complied, and as she released me, Sirzechs caught me in his arms just before I lost consciousness. Tiamat flew away, leaving me in Sirzechs' care. Looking down at me, Sirzechs wore a questioning expression. "I don't know why you thought it was a good idea to fight Tiamat, host of Draig, but there better be a good reason," he said as I managed a small smile before slipping into unconsciousness. "Draig," Sirzechs called out, directing his attention to the sky. "You have a remarkable host. I haven't seen this much power in a long time. This kid could become a future powerhouse, but tell me, will he use this power for good?" "No, far from that," Draig responded. "Good enough for now," Sirzechs said as he prepared to take me to his castle for healing. Just then, a magic portal opened, and Azazel rushed through, followed by Raynare and Asia, along with a few bodyguards. "What happened to him?" Azazel shouted, hurrying toward Sirzechs. Raynare stood silently, her face partially obscured, while Asia looked on in shock. "He fought Tiamat and barely made it out alive, but he put up a decent fight," Sirzechs explained, handing me over to Azazel, who enveloped me in his aura, helping to heal my injuries. "You reckless brat." What were you thinking? Didn't you promise my daughter you'd protect her? How could you do something so dangerous? Azazel scolded, knowing I couldn't hear him. He paused, deciding to save further reprimands for when I regained consciousness. Sirzechs rubbed his forehead in annoyance. Fixing this will be a hassle. Azazel, let me know when the boy wakes up. I want to have a serious conversation with him, and with you as well. With that, Sirzechs spread his 6 wings and prepared to leave. A meeting with all 3 biblical factions is coming up soon. Be ready for that, he said before vanishing. Azazel turned to his daughter, who looked despondent. Don't worry, Raynare. He'll be fine. You can talk to him when he wakes up in a week or so. Let's go home, he reassured her as they stepped into the portal, with the bodyguards following suit as the magic portal closed behind them. Time skip after a week, ow! I exclaimed as Azazel slapped the back of my head, clearly upset. You reckless brat. Why did you think challenging Tiamat was a good idea? You know you would lose against her most of the time. He yelled and I rubbed the sore spot on my head. Sorry, I replied, but Azazel wasn't finished. He pulled my ear in a parental manner. Sorry isn't enough. I don't know why Draig went along with your plan, but he told me everything. You were lucky to come out alive. You should thank Draig for keeping you safe throughout that ordeal since he controls most of the energy in the boosted gear. Azazel released my ear, and I turned to Draig. Sorry about that, Draig. I apologized as the gem appeared on my left hand. Draig's voice sounded a bit weak for some reason. I promised to try to be more careful, covering my head as I noticed Azazel was about to smack me in the back of my head again, but he stopped with a sigh. Be glad that you managed to live, all thanks to the Devil King, Azazel said. I nodded, recalling how Sirzechs Lucifer had saved me back there. If he had come any later, I was sure I would have been in serious trouble. He will be coming over to have a conversation with you later today, but right now, Draig and I will be discussing a punishment for your reckless actions. The thought of a meeting with the Devil King surprised me, but the mention of punishment made me uneasy. I knew Azazel had some creative ideas when it came to consequences. Draig reassured me that I would be fine afterward. He continued to explain that during my battle with his ex, he had seen significant growth in my abilities. Every time I received and returned an attack, I was progressing quickly, almost surpassing Nero's level. I had managed to unleash not 1, but 2 full-power dragon shots and even used a more advanced version created by Nero. Draig offered to teach me about aura, how to master my boosted gear, and the hidden functions it possessed. He also mentioned the possibility of teaching me a copy of the abilities from the 3 strongest dragon emperors, though I would only be able to use a fraction of their techniques. It's been a while since I've been home, I said to myself, standing outside my house. I opened the door to find it empty, as my parents were not home yet. Babe, are you sure your parents will like me? Raynare asked shyly as she brought her bags inside. Don't worry, Raynare. I'll be with you every step of the way, and I'm sure my parents will like you, I replied, and she nodded. Raynare was moving in with me, bringing her belongings along. It was a new step in our relationship, starting with getting to know each other better before introducing her to my parents for their approval. Asia would be temporarily staying at the Gregory for a while. To keep in touch, Azazel had made us 3 devices that worked like phones but had hologram screens. It was a clever idea, and I thought it would work well. Sorry for the mess in here. I tried to tidy up, but I got caught up in other things, I said, noticing the boxes scattered around my room. It's fine. Why don't I help you? Raynare offered. Thank you, I said, walking toward one of the boxes as Raynare placed her belongings in front of the closet. We spent about 10 minutes moving boxes to the attic, leaving the room clean and tidy. I wiped my forehead with a towel, pondering how to make the room more lively. What should we put in here? I wondered aloud. We could add flowers, paintings, and new furniture if you'd like, Raynare suggested, and I agreed that sounded great. Yeah, we could do that. For now, what do you want to do? Customizing this room could take all day, and I'm sure you might feel tired, I asked, noticing her yawn slightly. If it's okay with you, could we cuddle for a bit? Raynare asked, blushing slightly. Sure, why not? I replied, walking over to my bed and lifting the covers. I patted the space beside me, and Raynare climbed onto the bed. I wrapped my arm around her, supporting her as she leaned against my chest. She closed her eyes, and we enjoyed the warmth in comfortable silence. After a few minutes, Raynare asked, "Could we always cuddle like this? Every day?" "Yes, we can, Raynare. Anything for you," I soothed, massaging the back of her head as she relaxed and smiled. I couldn't help but admire how cute she looked. "Would you like to go on a real date?" I asked, and she nodded eagerly. "To where exactly?" she inquired, and I thought of several fun places we could go. I wanted this date to be special, so I listed my options: the pool, the beach, a water park, or a picnic in the park. "Could we go to the beach?" "I've never tried that," Raynare suggested. "Then we have a lot to do today. First, let's plan out what our room will look like. After that, I'll take you to the beach. How does that sound? Is 12 p.m. good enough?" I asked, and she sat up, looking excited. "Sure, that sounds fine. What should we get for the room?" Raynare stretched her arms as I took my phone. I suggested starting with a slightly bigger bed and expanding the closet to fit both our clothes. After that, we could decorate the room, which would take a few days for the items to arrive from Amazon. I browsed through the app, added the items to my list, and pressed buy. Since it was still early, I decided to cook us something small. I got off the bed and headed downstairs, with Raynare following me. She offered to help, but I declined, telling her to relax and watch some TV while I prepared ramen. She nodded and settled onto the couch, turning on a random stream as I gathered the ingredients. I turned on the front burner to boil water and grabbed 2 eggs, placing them in a small pot on the back burner. After that, I took some beef from the fridge, sliced it on a chopping board, and set it aside. I added the ramen noodles to the boiling water and prepared the beef for cooking. As the noodles softened, I seasoned the beef slices and placed them in a heated pan. The aroma filled the kitchen as I worked, and I grabbed large bowls from the cabinet, washing them before serving. Once the noodles were ready, I turned off the heat and focused on the beef, cooking it to perfection. After plating the beef and adding seasoning to the noodles, I placed the boiled eggs in the center of each bowl. I decided to add some seaweed for extra flavor and presentation. Satisfied with my creation, I carefully brought the bowls to the table by the couch. Raynare, who had been watching TV, perked up at the delicious smell. I encouraged her to enjoy the meal, reminding her that after we finished eating, we had a date planned. She giggled and eagerly grabbed her chopsticks, slurping the noodles with delight. I joined her, savoring the flavors of the meal I had prepared. Raynare expressed her enjoyment, appreciating the simple yet meaningful experience of sharing a meal together. She felt a happiness she hadn't known before, looking forward to our upcoming date at the beach. A few hours later, we arrived at the beach, where Raynare marveled at the clear water and sandy shore. I suggested we change into our swimsuits before taking a swim. I handed her a blue bag containing her swimsuit, which she had chosen herself, and she giggled with excitement about revealing it to me. We headed to the changing stalls, which were close to each other, separated by a short distance. I quickly changed into my swimming shorts and took a moment to admire my reflection in the mirror. My hard work at the gym was evident, and I felt confident as I prepared to join Raynare for a fun day at the beach. To see the red mark slightly bigger than before, I thought, I need to talk about this with Azazel more, but for now, let's meet up with Raynare. I grabbed my beach bag with extra clothes inside and stepped out of the boys' changing room, heading towards the girls. I sat on a bench, waiting for Raynare to finish changing, letting my imagination wander about what she might be wearing. Looking up at the bright blue sky, I smiled. Soon, I heard footsteps approaching, and Raynare's voice called out to me. "Issei, I'm finished changing. What do you think?" I turned to look at her, and my mouth fell slightly open. I couldn't quite describe what I was seeing, but she looked stunning. I felt my earlier composure slipping away. "Issei." Raynare snapped me out of my thoughts, and I stood up, extending my hand to her. "You look really appealing, Raynare," I teased, unable to hide my smirk. She turned her head away, a hint of embarrassment on her face. "You baka," she exclaimed, but then she smiled and took my hand. "You look stunning as well. Those abs though," she added, her voice dropping to a whisper. Do you like these abs, Raynare? Why don't you touch them? I suggested playfully, placing her hand on my abs. Her face turned bright red. Why dash, she stuttered, and I chuckled at her reaction. Just joking. Or am I? I teased again, enjoying the flustered look on her face. Suddenly, I heard a group of people nearby making comments that made me uncomfortable. Hey bro, those are huge, one guy said, and another chimed in. True, but her figure is amazing. I wonder if there's a chance. I felt a surge of protectiveness and pulled Raynare closer to me, glaring at the men who dared to speak about her like that. Thankfully, Raynare was too caught up in her own embarrassment to notice. On the other side, I could see some women casting jealous glances at Raynare. One woman remarked, I bet that girl had some work done. Maybe. But that boy, I wonder if he wants a sugar mommy. She said, eyeing me. Raynare, overhearing this, wrapped her arms around me, her eyes flashing with determination. He is mine. She mouthed silently, and I couldn't help but chuckle as the woman quickly walked away, startled. Hey, calm down. Nothing is going to happen, they were just talking. How about we enjoy our date now? I suggested, and Raynare nodded, her expression brightening. I can't wait, she exclaimed cheerfully as I took her hand and led her to the beach area. As her feet touched the sand for the first time, she giggled, delighted by the sensation. It feels wonderful, she said, and I guided her to an unoccupied beach umbrella. I set down 2 large beach towels and opened the umbrella for some shade. Would you like to swim after putting on some sunscreen, or should we relax and eat snacks first? I asked, pulling out 2 water bottles and showing her the lunchboxes I had brought. I want to swim, Raynare declared, sitting down eagerly. I nodded and took out the sunscreen. Sure thing, let me, I started, but Raynare interrupted. Could I do it? She asked, a slight blush on her cheeks. I chuckled and handed her the sunscreen. If you want, go ahead. Just make sure to cover all the important spots, I teased, and she playfully told me to turn around. As I turned, I could hear her opening the bottle and applying the lotion. She started from my hand, moving slowly across my arm and back, making sure to cover every spot. Her touch was gentle, and I couldn't help but think how soft her hands were. When she moved in front of me to apply sunscreen to my chest, I opened my eyes to find her blushing again. As she finished up, I could see her determination to do a thorough job, and I smiled, enjoying the moment we shared. There, done, she announced, and I felt a warmth in my chest, grateful for this day together. Raynare quickly withdrew her hands from me as I laughed. Did it feel good? I joked, and she huffed in response. Yes, she replied, causing me to blush a bit before she chuckled. Just kidding, she added with a cheeky smile, and I sighed before grinning. Now it's my turn, Raynare, I said, grabbing the sunscreen. Raynare looked at me with a questioning gaze. What do you mean? Her face turned red as I smirked, my hands coated with sunscreen. Since I let you have your fun applying sunscreen to my body, it's only fair if I do the same, right? Raynare stared at me for a moment before nodding. Be gentle. It's my first time, she said, sitting in front of me and turning around. Don't worry, I'm always gentle, I teased, placing my hands on her shoulders and lifting her arms sideways as I smoothly rubbed the sunscreen across her shoulders and down her arms. I could faintly hear her breathing a little heavier as I gently moved my hands down her back to her hips, swaying towards her lower back. Suddenly, my chest brushed against her back, making her jump. Don't scare me like that, she exclaimed, trying to hide a blissful reaction. I quickly apologized. Sorry about that, I just needed to stretch further to reach your legs. Raynare huffed, and then a light ball appeared above her head as she turned to face me. It's easier now, right? She asked. I nodded, gently grabbing her legs and stretching them outward slowly, feeling the softness of her thighs and the smoothness of her legs. As I moved back up from her legs to her stomach, I accidentally touched her, causing her to yelp. Watch where you're touching, she scolded, blushing. I felt embarrassed and quickly rubbed the back of my head. Sorry, I didn't mean to, it's fine, she cut me off with a sigh. You never meant to do it on purpose anyway. But next time, Tell me beforehand if you're going to touch me. I would have prepared myself. We had been teasing each other for a while, and I couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Yes, I said, looking down. Raynare grabbed my hand. It's fine to say. I know things like this will happen in our relationship anyway. Plus, it's fun teasing you back. Now let's jump in the water. She pulled me upwards, running towards the water while I nearly tripped behind her. As the day came to an end, Raynare and I stared at the fading horizon across the ocean, cuddling on the beach with our arms locked. Together. She leaned her head on my shoulder. This real date was fun, Issei. Thank you for bringing me here. I look forward to our relationship moving forward, she said, closing her eyes. I smiled at her. Love you, Raynare, I said, kissing her head. She chuckled in response. Love you too, Issei. Then she boldly kissed me on the lips, and I accepted it with all my love. We stayed there for another 10 minutes, enjoying the sunset before heading back home. Hello, I said tiredly, putting my phone to my ear without checking the number. A familiar voice spoke. Issei Hyoudou, your long vacation is overdue. Please come back to school. I have all your assignments from the past month. Sona's voice was strict, but I could sense some tiredness as well. Fine. I'm going to hang up now, I replied, ending the call and setting my phone on the counter. I looked over my shoulder to see Raynare cuddling my arm as I yawned. Draig returned after resting for 2 days, and I greeted him. Good morning, Draig. Nice to see you again. Yes, a lot has happened, I said, slowly removing my arm from Raynare, who was reaching out for something to cuddle with. I gave her my pillow. After using the bathroom and taking care of my basic needs, I walked back into my room. Raynare, wake up. I gently shook her a few times as her eyes slowly opened. Issei, she said, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. Good morning, sleepy beauty. I have to go to school today, I told her. She yawned and stretched. School. Oh yeah, but why now? Raynare questioned. I explained. I was originally going to be gone for a week or 2 but got sidetracked and ended up extending my vacation to a month. Plus, I don't want to be expelled from a good school. She tilted her head. Could you not look for a job? I'm sure my father can give you a position among his faction. I shook my head, taking her hands in mine. That sounds amazing, but I'm doing this for my parents. After I graduate, then I'll think about that. For now, I need to go in like 20 minutes. I'll make something quick to eat before leaving. I gave Raynare a little kiss before letting go of her hand. Can I go with you? Raynare suddenly asked, looking at me with hope. Go with me. To school. I replied, surprised. Yes. I've never experienced being in a school setting, and I don't want to be left alone in the house for hours. Plus, I want to be with you more. Raynare pouted as I sighed, knowing that if people saw me with her, they would go wild. But I decided not to care. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through my contacts, landing on one I hadn't reached out to in a few days since our first conversation. Fine, but be on your best behavior, okay? I asked Raynare, who saluted playfully. Yes, sir, she replied, making a funny expression that amused me as I waited for Sirzechs to pick up. I'm quite busy right now, Sirzechs said on the other end, the sound of papers flipping in the background. Could you do me a favor? I asked, knowing he could help prevent a lot of potential issues once I met the student council and Rias with her peerage. After a brief moment, Raynare and I arrived at the school. I hesitated for a second about coming back, but I reminded myself that I was here for my friends and to graduate from my parents before diving deeper into the supernatural world. As we walked inside, Raynare clung to my arm, humming a tune and waving at the shocked students passing by. Who is that cute girl? One of the female students whispered. Doesn't that handsome guy look familiar? Another girl asked her friend, continuing to stare at me. He looks like Issei. No way. The student exclaimed, and I turned to shush her. Rumors would spread anyway, but I wanted to keep things under control at the start of the day. We walked up the stairs and turned left, stopping at a doorway at the end of the hall. A shiny silver plate read, Student Council. I knocked on the door. Come in. Sona called from the other side. I opened the door to find her sitting behind a large oval desk, a computer on one side and stacks of paperwork on the other. Tsubaki, her queen and vice president, stood behind her. "Greetings, Issei Hyoudou. Or should I say Red Dragon Emperor?" Sona said respectfully as I sighed. "You can just call me Issei," I replied. I wasn't one for titles unless necessary, and this meeting was minor. "Please, have a seat. I've already received a call from our Devil King, but I'd like to hear it from you," Sona said as I took one of the chairs in front of her desk, with Raynare sitting beside me. "Well, I want my girlfriend here to be admitted to this school," I said, nudging Raynare to introduce herself. "I'm Raynare. It's very nice to meet you, Sona Citri," she said, using Sona's full name. "It's nice to meet you too, but please don't use my real name during school hours. Unlike Rias, I'm more secretive about my activities in the human realm compared to the underworld," Sona requested, which Raynare understood immediately. "Okay," Raynare replied. "Now, Issei, you know this is a special exception for allowing a fallen angel in this school, right? No offense, Raynare, but this town is devil territory," Sona said, apologizing to Raynare, who took it in stride. "None taken," Raynare shrugged, gesturing for Sona to continue. "Don't worry, like I said with Rias, I trust that Raynare won't cause any problems while she's here." "You have my word as the Red Dragon Emperor," I assured Sona. "I'll take your word for it. It's nice to meet you, Issei Hyoudou. And before you leave, I'm glad to see you've changed for the better," Sona said sincerely, causing me to chuckle. "Thanks for the compliment. Is there a chance Raynare will have her own schedule?" I asked as we stood up from our chairs. "I'll place her in all your classes so she can rely on you from now on. The uniforms will be sent to you by tomorrow," Sona informed Raynare, who grabbed my hand. "Okay, let's go, Issei," Raynare said, pulling me out of the student council room as Tsubaki closed the door behind us. "Are you sure he can be trusted, my king?" Tsubaki asked as Sona relaxed back into her chair. If the Devil King hadn't called me beforehand, I would have been skeptical. I'm surprised that Issei has changed for the better, along with his friends. There haven't been any reports of harassment from our female students, not even from the Kendo girls. Rias also mentioned that Issei is this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. Hearing it from the Devil King himself has made me reconsider. "For now, I'll trust Issei Hyoudou," Sona told Tsubaki, who nodded and handed her some paperwork. "Then I shall also put my trust in him," Tsubaki replied, handing Sona a cup of coffee as she yawned. "Is there something else I'm missing?" "Nah," Sona thought to herself as she grabbed her pen. "Hopefully, the classroom won't go haywire," I sighed, thinking about the reactions of those who either disliked me or would be surprised to see I had a girlfriend. "Come on, Issei, what could go wrong?" Raynare said, making me feel she might regret saying that. I knocked on the classroom door for a moment before being allowed inside. "What can I help you two with?" the old teacher asked, preparing to teach a new subject. "It's me, Issei," I said, and his eyes widened in shock. Including my classmates and friends I hadn't seen in a long time, I felt a mix of excitement and nerves. "Issei, my boy," Motohama exclaimed, jumping out of his seat and rushing toward me. His hand, noticing how both he and Matsuda had bulked up a bit in their school uniforms. "Been a while, both of you," I replied, glancing at Matsuda, who looked curious. "Who's this, Issei?" he asked, and I quickly introduced Raynare to the class. "This is Raynare, my girlfriend. From today onwards, she will be your classmate," I announced, loud enough for everyone to hear. Motohama and Matsuda looked like they might cry from shock. "Hello, everyone," Raynare said cheerfully, which sent the classroom into a frenzy. "No way. Issei has a girlfriend," one of the female students shouted. "Issei, how could you betray our brotherhood like that?" Motohama exclaimed, shaking me in disbelief. I tried so hard to look good, but no cute girls were coming my way. Matsuda added, tears welling in his eyes. I silently prayed for the day to pass quickly, and thankfully it did. Students crowded around Raynare, eager to get to know her, while I endured my friends' teasing, which was a bit annoying. And now I have to give this folder to Rias. "Great, just what I needed," I muttered, feeling more irritated than before. Before leaving with Raynare, I had to make a quick drop-off. courtesy of my teacher. It'll be quick, Issei, then we can cuddle, Raynare said, kissing my cheek and squeezing my hand, which helped ease my annoyance. Hopefully it's just that, I replied as we arrived at the ORC clubroom. I was about to walk in and hand the folder to Rias when I suddenly sensed something was off. Raynare must have felt it too. Issei, she called out, and I squeezed her hand tightly. I'm here, nothing will happen, I reassured her, mentally communicating with Draig. Draig, get ready to supply me with mana, I instructed, and he confirmed. As I opened the door, I was met with Rias sitting at her desk, a blond man in luxurious clothing perched on its edge, playing with Rias's crimson hair. Aquino stood nearby with a tray of tea, while Kiba was close to the window and Kaneko sat on the couch, seemingly uninterested in the snacks on the table. On the opposite side were some strange-looking women in unusual clothing. Rias, who is this intruder and this fallen angel? The man said arrogantly, his pride evident. Rias, I'm here to drop this off, I said, tossing the folder onto the table, ready to leave. But then I sensed danger approaching from behind. I turned just in time to see a fireball hurtling toward us. Raynare instinctively covered herself, crying out in pain as the heat scorched her. Ah, she shouted, and I quickly summoned my boosted gear. Balance breaker. I yelled in my mind, immediately taking Raynare into my arms as the red armor enveloped me. The fireball exploded upon impact, leaving the area around the door scorched. Riser, what did you do? Rias shouted, standing up as Kiba, Kaneko, and Aquino went on guard. That shall do the trick. How dare these intruders disturb my presence? Riser replied, irritation clear in his voice as he turned back to Rias. Before he could finish his sentence, I punched him squarely in the face, sending him crashing into the wall behind Rias's desk. The impact cracked the wall, and smoke billowed off me as my eyes glowed bright green. How dare you? Who do you think you are, you prideful fool? I shouted, my annoyance replaced by fury. I turned my gaze to Aquino, who seemed startled by my intensity. Heal Raynare, I commanded, my voice now resonating with the authority of the Red Dragon Emperor. Riser, still reeling from the punch, struggled to regain his composure. Let go of me, you mongrel, he shouted, but I didn't let him finish. I punched him in the gut, causing BLD to spill from his mouth. As one of Riser's peerage members lunged at me, the other girls snapped out of their shock. The queen, dressed in an unusual purple gown, commanded the others to attack. Attack him, hurry, she ordered, creating small orange orbs that floated around her hands, charging toward me. Fueled by my anger, I barely had to move to stop them. My aura surged from within, wrapping around me like a serpent. I dare you to move another inch, and I will not hesitate to take you all down, I threatened, causing Riser's peerage to fall to their knees in fear, except for one who stood at a distance. Suddenly, another presence entered the room. A maid with silver hair pushed back against my aura, her eyes glowing with a powerful light. Release them, Red Dragon Emperor, she commanded, her power surpassing mine. I took a deep breath, closing my eyes within the armor. The aura that had subdued them dissipated as I walked away from Riser, moving toward Raynare, who looked shaken. I'm sorry you had to see that. Are you okay? I asked, my voice filled with concern as I gently hugged her. I'm fine, Raynare replied, but I could tell she wasn't. I glanced at my hands, troubled by the chaos that had just unfolded. I asked a question that was answered truthfully. Yes, that's the aura I was telling you about. It's very dangerous to control, especially around people who are weaker than you. That's why I said to wait until Azazel and I prepare a training regime for you, Draig explained as I closed my hands and looked behind me. I'm sorry that you had to see that. I apologized to Rias and her peerage, especially Aquino. Sorry for scaring you, I said to Aquino, who awkwardly smiled in response. It's okay, she said, giving a thumbs up as I stood up fully with Raynare locked in my arms. I'll be leaving now, and please tell Sirzechs that I want to speak with him once more, I instructed the maid, who nodded as I left with Raynare. The remaining members of the ORC clubroom were left in shock, and the maid clapped her hands together. What was that? Kiba finally breathed as Kaneko sat back down on the couch, looking at her shaking hands. She glanced at Rias, who appeared the calmest among them, aside from the maid. Grafia, please take Riser and his peerage back home, Rias said to Grafia, who sighed, having considered a solution for her sister-in-law's problem earlier. However, since Issei was present, she needed to report what had been said and seen to her husband. Come now, Riser, let's take you and your peerage back home, Grafia said as Riser limped toward his peerage, with his sister, Ravel Phoenix, assisting him. This conversation is not over, Rias. You will be mine. Riser shouted angrily as he and the others, alongside Grafia, teleported back to the underworld. Rias sat back in her chair, exhausted both physically and mentally, as Akino approached her childhood friend. Rias. Akino tried to offer some comfort. It's nothing, Akino. Rias closed her eyes, her mind racing with thoughts about what had just happened. What are you? She pondered as time slowly passed, leaving only me and Raynare sitting on our bed, cuddling as I explained something important. Is that so? Raynare tightened her hold around my waist as I pulled her closer. Yes. My aura is like that of an evil dragon. It's something I can now release because of my emotions. It's just that. When I heard you scream, my mind went blank, I admitted, struggling to come to terms with what I needed to do to prevent this from happening again. Raynare gave me a quick peck on the lips. Don't worry, I'm always with you no matter what. You were the one who brought me happiness and support. I will do the same for you. No matter how far you go, I will always follow you to the end, Raynare reassured me, easing my worries as I kissed her back. Thank you, I said sincerely. You don't need to mention it. Good night, Issei, Raynare yawned. Good night as well, my love. Both of us closed our eyes, the soothing softness of the blankets keeping us comfortable, our warmth providing a sense of security. Thanks for taking the time to meet with me, Sirzechs. I was currently in the underworld, where my meeting with Sirzechs was set to take place in his mostly empty office. The Devil King had finished his paperwork earlier than usual, and his maid, Grafia, offered me some green tea. Well, I heard a lot happened yesterday, so I pulled an all-nighter to finish the paperwork before the deadline. Now, what do you want to talk about? Sirzechs leaned back in his chair. Oh, I want to discuss Riser. He did things that I didn't appreciate, and I want to address that, I told Sirzechs, who raised an eyebrow. I thought so. Before we go any further, let me apologize on behalf of that boy. What he did was unacceptable, Sirzechs said sincerely, and I waved my hand dismissively. It's not your fault, Sirzechs. It solely relies on him. What he did to my love is unacceptable. I never met anyone so arrogant and unlikable at first glance. I want some form of compensation. While it was a minor issue, I felt it was important not to let him go unpunished. I was sure Sirzechs had given him a stern talking to, but I wasn't the Devil King. A compensation. Like money? Sirzechs asked, and I shook my head. No. I want a rating game that only involves me and him, I proposed, and Sirzechs massaged the back of his neck. So you're saying you want to handle this yourself? You do realize it would likely be a one-sided match, right? Sirzechs said, and I shrugged. Call it whatever you want. I just can't set aside the anger I've been holding in. I need a release, and what's a better idea than taking it out on Riser? I chuckled at the thought. Well, I need to discuss this with the other Devil Kings. While I'm the sole ruler of the underworld, there are certain protocols to follow to ensure no one abuses their authority. Plus, with the old Devil Council watching our every move, it will be quite challenging to allow this battle to take place, especially since you're technically an outsider, but not entirely, Sirzechs explained, and I looked at him, confused. What do you mean by that? I asked, sensing what he was hinting at. Since you are allied with us in the Devil faction, I've spoken with the other Devil Kings and the old council about our alliance. There are many disagreements about partnering with you, but we managed to convince them slightly. Some were hesitant about having someone as unpredictable as I was, while others sought complete control over me. Sirzechs explained this as my expression turned serious. Nothing will ever control me. What else happened? I thought these old fools needed to be put in their place for such comments, and Sirzechs sighed. Well, half of them agreed on you allying with us while the others disagreed. But since the votes favored us, the Devil Kings, this rule was passed successfully. Now, regarding your compensation, it could happen if you do me a favor, Sirzechs said, and I crossed my arms. Of course, I will give something in return. I need you to help me with something, he continued, and I sighed, thinking that nothing bad could happen if I accepted his deal. Go on, I replied, and Sirzechs nodded. I, with the power and title of Lucifer, will make this battle happen if you save my little sister, Rias Gremory, from this forced marriage with Riser Phoenix, Sirzechs said, his expression turning serious. Fine then, I'll do that as long as the fight with Riser happens, I told Sirzechs, who smiled, knowing he was putting his authority and title on the line, which was a significant deal. I'm sure the other Devil Kings would agree as well. With that, this meeting is concluded. I'll have my maid teleport you back home, but please take this. Sirzechs handed me a small flyer with a magic symbol imprinted on it. What is this? I asked, examining the symbol. This is my magic crest. Once it glows, it will serve as a messenger from me to you. It will provide details about the fight, the rules, and when it will take place. After you read all the contents, it will burn up. My maid will then take you to the arena beforehand, so please be ready when that time comes, Issei Hyoudou, Sirzechs said, and I chuckled. I'm always ready, I smiled as I waved goodbye to Sirzechs, and Greifia teleported me back home. As I left the office, Sirzechs was left alone until someone walked in. So, the boy is going to fight Riser. A reckless fool, a man with dark blonde hair and a royal outfit said, displeased. Sirzechs glared at him, letting some of his aura out. Shut it, Sir Phoenix. If it weren't for your son's prideful nature, we wouldn't be in this mess. He could have made the Red Dragon Emperor distrust us after he shamelessly attacked them, even hurting the Red Dragon Emperor's love. Do you know how annoying it is to deal with prideful losers like him? You should know how it is with your wife. I'm sure she still hates your guts. So stop talking and let your son know about the upcoming fight, Sirzechs ordered, and the man frowned before walking back out. Sirzechs calmed down, regaining control of his aura, and sighed as he leaned back in his chair. There is prideful and then there is annoying. Don't become like that, Issei Hyoudou, he said, pulling out more paperwork and returning to his responsibilities as a leader. Later, Greifia bowed before teleporting back home, leaving me to gaze at the bright sky. Draig, how would you compare her power to mine? I asked Draig, who responded truthfully. You would be overwhelmed if you fought her now. That maid is at the peak of an ultimate class being. I don't know how a maid of that caliber is working as a servant, but that doesn't matter. You rank as a mid-class being, and with your armor, you are reaching the midpoint of a high-ranking caliber being. Riser is currently at the peak of high class, Draig explained. High-class being. Tell me you're joking, Draig. He felt weak to me. I laughed, finding it hard to believe Riser was ranked that high. Well, it's true. His mana output is greater than that of Rias and Aquino combined. Plus, he has a family trait of a near-immortal body, typical of a real phoenix. While that may not compare to most powerhouses, his mana is what sets him as a high-class being. His magic is stronger than yours, but you don't have to worry about that. I'll be teaching you something in your mindscape, Draig said as I walked toward the front door of my house. Mindscape? I asked, curious. You remember when you first met me? That was your mindscape. Well, mine actually, but that's another topic. A mindscape is a place of existence that resides in every sacred gear user, serving as a training ground while their physical bodies rest. Time in there is slower than outside. 1 second could be an hour in real time, Draig explained as I twisted the doorknob. Interesting, I said as I opened the door to find Raynare watching TV. Issei, you're back. Raynare rushed towards me and hugged me tightly, making me chuckle. Meanwhile, Riser tossed a drink that hit the side of the door where his father stood. Calm your anger, please. It is an order from Lucifer himself. If the other Devil Kings and some of the old council agree, then it's official. Just be prepared, I don't want you losing to a brat. Like him, Sir Phoenix spoke as Riser smirked. No worries. That was a fluke from last time. I'll defeat the Red Dragon Emperor with ease, there's no need for preparation, Riser said, snapping his fingers as his queen appeared with another glass of wine. Just remember, you better not lose. You are an heir. Act like it, Lord Phoenix said as he walked out of his son's room, moving along the long halls of the mansion. He entered the giant living room where his wife was drinking tea and eating cake made by their daughter, Ravel Phoenix, who looked quite worried. Lord Phoenix attempted to speak to his significant other, who glared at him. Husband, you know our son is going to lose, right? Lady Phoenix stated, her words reflecting a harsh truth as Sir Phoenix clicked his tongue in annoyance. You don't need to act like that. Our son will win. A brat like that boy will never hurt Riser as long as he has his immortal body, Sir Phoenix replied proudly, stubbornly walking out of the room. Mom, I'm worried for brother, Ravel Phoenix said, her concern evident. Though she often acted tough, she was a kind girl who deeply loved her family. Watching her parents become increasingly hostile toward each other since that fateful day pained her. If only she hadn't said anything. It's not your fault, Ravel. You did the right thing by telling me the truth. Who knew the man I married for hundreds of years would act this way? If only Riser hadn't taken after your father's attitude, Lady Phoenix crossed her arms and sighed, feeling her love for her husband fading each day. It hurt, but when someone breaks your trust, can you ever trust them again? If there is someone out there, please return the brother I know and love back to who he was. Ravel wished to see her older brother, the kind and supportive one, once again. If only Riser hadn't become consumed by power from winning so many rating games, which led him to respect only a select few. Time skipped to the human world. Issei could be seen resting on his bed in the middle of the night, with Raynare nestled by his neck as he cuddled her with his right arm. So how can one enter their own mindscape? He asked Draig. First, clear your mind of thought, then imagine yourself being pulled away from your physical body. Think of a place that truly represents your essence, Draig explained. Issei closed his eyes, slowly managing to block out the noise in his head. The thoughts about the upcoming rating game disappeared in an instant. He felt his soul being pulled away as he envisioned a place that represented him. An open, bright space with wind soaring through the air, an infinite atmosphere, and a soft grassy plain beneath his feet. A place where he could truly be free. As the space around him shaped into his desires, he opened his eyes to see his imagination unfold before him. So this is my mindscape, he murmured, feeling an overwhelming sense of freedom. Don't lose yourself, Issei Hyoudou. While this is a mindscape created for your personal use, it has some downsides, Draig said, appearing before him. It's nice to see you in person, Draig, but what downsides? Issei asked. Since you don't feel the need to sleep, eat, or drink, you can train 24/7 without stopping. But that comes with a mental cost. You can only hold that feeling for so long before you start losing yourself to illusions and hallucinations. That's why, from now on, every time you sleep, I'll teach you one thing about the boosted gear each day, Draig explained as he sat beside Issei, both gazing at the appealing bright sky and fluffy white clouds. I see. So what will I be learning today? Issei stood up, eager for Draig's reply. Until you become strong enough to where the downsides of your mindscape don't affect you, I will teach you everything you need to know about the boosted gear, from basic fundamentals to the most advanced techniques. Once you master both, I'll teach you the techniques of the boosted gear and the abilities of the strongest past users, including the hidden functions that many have tried to use but failed. However, since we don't know how long until you receive a message for the rating game, I'll be teaching you only 3 things for now, Draig said, turning to face Issei. For today, I'll teach you about the main function of the boosted gear. Tomorrow you'll learn one technique you can use during your fight, and then your balance breaker. Fully mastering the boosted gear will take time and patience, but with your potential, I believe it won't be something you need to worry about too much, Draig continued as the boosted gear was summoned onto Issei's left hand. The boosted gear has the ability to boost the user's powers 10-fold every 5 seconds. For users who have just awakened the boosted gear, they can only boost once for 10 seconds. However, the more they train and discover their hidden potential, the average user can boost 20 times for a few seconds, Draig explained as the 2 gems inside Issei's red gauntlet began to glow. But since you are the 4th user with the highest potential compared to the previous 3 strongest users, You could already boost around 12 times when you awaken the boosted gear. So right now, I want you to try to reach the highest number of boosts you can achieve. Once we find out your maximum, we can move on to the next step, Draig instructed as Issei got into a power stance, breathing in and out. Boost. That was 1 as he felt the familiar energy flow through his body. Boost. That was 2 as his muscles strengthened. Boost. 3, he felt his bones becoming denser. Boost. 4, his senses sharpened and became clearer. Boost. 5, he felt his power growing larger. Boost. At the 6th boost, he felt like he could shatter a huge tower. Chapter End Part 1. Lord Phoenix tossed another object at the wall, which cracked upon impact, as a chuckle escaped from the woman following him. It's honestly sad to see the so-called Lord Phoenix breaking down in anger after his plan failed, she remarked, her dark purple hair framing her face as she covered her mouth with her hand, her bright purple irises fixed on him. You shut up. If you had given Riser the Draig beforehand, he could have won. Now the other royal pillars will be looking down on me. Lord Phoenix shouted at her, but her glare silenced him instantly. The weight of his failure seemed to press down on him, and he fell to his knees, the ground cracking beneath him. As the woman approached, her eyes bore down on him with an intense pressure. Her irises transformed into an upside-down cross, and black horns curved forward from her head. Her hair glowed a brighter shade of purple as she leaned closer, forcing Lord Phoenix to look up at her. She placed her left hand under his chin. My fault. Oh honey, you can only blame yourself for being a complete fool. The Draigs are uncontrollable. If I had given them to your son, they would have traced my signature aura back to me. They don't know I'm awake after thousands of years of slumber. So tell me again, who's at fault? Her voice deepened, and a bright white halo appeared above her head. It's my fault, Lord Phoenix stuttered, and the woman grinned widely, revealing her sharp white teeth. Good boy. Now that you understand, I'll be leaving for my project. You can deal with the aftermath of your mistake yourself. I'll contact you in a few months. Remember what you promised me, Lord Phoenix. Her voice returned to normal as his eyes glowed bright purple for a moment. Yes. He replied, and she released his chin before walking away, leaving him alone in the room as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Suching PV, I'm back, Raynare. I announced as I entered the room where Raynare was staying. She quickly ran up to me, wrapping her arms around my waist. You are back, Issei. Raynare buried her face in my chest, and I hugged her tighter. I did promise that, I chuckled as she released me, circling around my body to check for any injuries from the fight. Are you truly okay? Where are the hidden wounds? Take off your shirt and show me. She insisted, raising her hands in concern. Wow. I'm fine, Raynare. I never got hit once in that fight, I reassured her, trying to calm her down. She looked at me suspiciously before sighing. But if I find out you're lying, I'm going to punish you for real. You always injure yourself every time you fight, she said, crossing her arms but then softening her gaze. Welcome back, Raynare smiled, opening her arms for another hug. I'm finally back, Raynare. I embraced her again, kissing her forehead and holding her close until we were interrupted. Hello, my children. Your favorite person in the whole wide world is here. Azazel announced with a smile and a flourish, prompting both Raynare and me to stare at him. Really, father? Raynare replied with a deadpan expression, and Azazel sighed. Since you intruded on our alone time, what do you want? I asked, and he pulled a white envelope from his coat. I wanted to congratulate my students on their victory, and I was asked to deliver this reward from Sirzechs, Azazel said, handing the envelope to me as Raynare peered over my shoulder. What's inside? I asked curiously, and Azazel shrugged. I don't know. Sirzechs is busy after the incident with Riser, and I have to go on a little mission to find an important artifact. Goodbye for now. I'll contact you in about a week. He waved as a portal opened beneath us, sending us tumbling into our bedroom. Raynare cursed her father as the portal closed above us. That stupid father of mine, she exclaimed as I opened the letter from the envelope. She lay beside me to see what was written. It says here that the rewards for my victory include 3 wishes from Sirzechs. I'll save those for later. The second reward is a monetary reward. Holy cow. I was taken aback by the amount written, and Raynare leaned in to read it. 200,000. How many zeros are on there? That's at least 200 million yen at most. She exclaimed, astonished, since it was more than her father would give her for allowance back then. How am I going to explain this to my parents? I wondered aloud, suddenly feeling a sense of déjà vu as a familiar voice called from downstairs. Issei, we're back from our trip, my mother announced, and Raynare looked at me, visibly anxious. I felt a pang of sympathy and took her hand. It's fine, they will love you, I promise. Let me go see them first, and when I call your name, you can come downstairs to meet them. I kissed her quickly before getting off the bed and heading toward the door. I gave her a warm smile before stepping out. Mom. I called out as I found her standing in the doorway, rushing to give me a hug. How are you feeling, Issei? Are you okay? Did you use the money? She began asking a flurry of questions as my father entered the house with bags in hand. Whoa, calm down. We just got back home. You don't need to overload our son's brain with questions, my dear. My father chuckled, placing the bags down as my mother pouted. What? I can't be worried about my son. We got stuck in Miami from that storm for a whole month. My mother glared at me as I stepped out of her tight embrace, and I awkwardly smiled. It's good to see you both safe and fine, I said to my parents, just as my mother's stomach growled, causing her to blush a bit. Are you hungry, Issei? I'll make something for us to eat, she said, starting to walk toward the kitchen. I stopped her for a moment. Mother, I have something to tell you, I said, rubbing the back of my head. Both my mother and father raised their eyebrows in confusion. Raynare, you can come down. I called out, and soon I heard footsteps as Raynare walked downstairs, wearing different clothes. She wrapped her arms around mine and introduced herself. Hi, I'm Issei's girlfriend. It's nice to meet you, Raynare said, and I glanced back at my parents to gauge their reaction. Wow. You never told me you have a appealing girlfriend, Issei. Hello, I'm Issei Hyoudou, and this is my husband, my mother said, pulling my father closer to her. He smiled and extended his hand to Raynare, who shyly shook it. It's nice to meet you, Raynare. Issei, I'm proud of you, my father said, making me smile. Issei, why don't you take Raynare to the table while I prepare something for us to eat? After that, we can talk about how you met Raynare, my mother suggested. I squeezed Raynare's hand as we walked to the table, while my father headed upstairs to put the bags away and my mother went to the kitchen to prepare food. Raynare, tell me, how did you meet our son? My mother asked. Well, we met at the large park not far from here. I was being harassed by a few men, and Issei saved me from that situation. That made me feel happy inside after my last relationship, Raynare explained, looking down sadly. I grasped her hands in mine. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, I said, but my father noticed Raynare's discomfort and tried to reassure her that it was okay not to answer. However, Raynare cut him off. It's fine. It's better to tell the whole story. Before dating Issei, I had an ex who was very manipulative. Once I finally broke off that relationship, I had a distrust in men. But Issei showed me that not all men are bad, and I'm happy to have met him. He kept me safe, took me on many dates, and gave me true love. That's why I dated your son, Raynare said, looking at both my parents. My mother got up from her chair and hugged Raynare, who felt a warmth she thought she had lost long ago. Raynare, I'm happy you found your feelings through my son. I'm sorry you had to experience that. No young girl should ever go through something like that. You should be able to express your thoughts and feelings freely. That's why I married your father. While he can be a bit silly at times, he understands me and my feelings, my mother said, and tears escaped Raynare's eyes, but they were tears of warmth, not sadness. Issei, my son, I'm glad you met someone who cares for you. Please take good care of her, alright? My father said, squeezing my shoulder as I nodded. I looked at the two women who were part of my life, while my father, usually stoic, had a single tear rolling down his face, hoping for a daughter-in-law one day. In an unknown location beneath a spiral cave, a tall man with dark long hair, pale skin, elf-like ears, and red eyes stared at his growing army while lifting a cup of red wine from his black throne. I, Lord Kokabil, will rule supreme as I am the star of God, he chuckled as time ticked toward a day when chaos would unfold. Raynare. My voice shook as the clouds above darkened. I reached for her cold hand as rain began to fall, quickening its pace. Raynare, wake up, please. Raynare. My boosted gear appeared, its green gems glowing brightly as a strange substance poured out. I took Raynare into my arms. Earlier, I had asked Raynare if she was okay. She seemed a bit nervous at first, but as she talked with my parents, especially my mother, she became livelier and happier. I'm fine. Meeting them was the best thing I ever did. The weight I had on my back is finally gone, Raynare said, letting go of my hand and sprinting a bit ahead before stopping to spin around with her school bag in hand. The breeze flowed through her long, smooth black hair as she smiled. I feel free, Raynare exclaimed, and I couldn't help but blush. Free? Yes, she is free. Free from harm and free from any worries was part of my goal. Achieving freedom for those I love and hold dear to my heart meant I would do anything to make that a reality. Even if it meant taking someone's freedom away to create that ideal world, nothing would stop me from creating that paradise of freedom. I thought boldly before shaking my head and looking upwards to see Raynare dancing a little as we approached school. Hey, wait for me, Raynare. I called out, quickening my pace towards her. She suddenly flashed a small grin. Catch if you can, darling, Raynare exclaimed before bolting ahead, prompting me to sprint after her. Wait a second. I'm coming for you, I shouted, enjoying this playful chase as I heard her cute chuckles. In less than 5 minutes, we reached the school gate, and I caught up to her. Grabbing her wrist, I spun her around to face me, placing my hands around her waist. We both took quick breaths, our eyes locked, our faces drawing closer. Amidst the sounds of other students walking onto campus, we were oblivious to their chatter. Oh my, is that Issei and that student kissing? One girl shouted, prompting a few others to peek at us. That's not fair. That should have been me, not him. A boy cried out, causing both Raynare and me to blush, realizing we had been caught in our own little world. Issei and Raynare, that is very inappropriate, Sona said as she approached us. I quickly pulled my hands away from Raynare's waist, but she had other ideas and pulled my hands back. You said something? Raynare grinned, while Sona placed her hand on her hip, looking at Raynare with a stoic expression. You should know by now that any inappropriate gestures could affect our school's reputation, Sona stated. The two were clearly in a standoff, with Sona seemingly welcoming the challenge. So, you already have other students distracted by the opposite gender every day. Why can't I want my boyfriend to hold me in his strong arms that keep me safe? Raynare retorted, her confidence evident. Sona placed her hand on her chest, momentarily taken aback. Well, yes, but that's only because I'm saving myself for someone I like and for marriage. Sona's stoic demeanor almost faltered, but she quickly regained her composure. I'll admit that the other students are young and curious, which I'm trying to manage to protect the school's reputation. But what you're doing is very visible to the outside. Raynare laughed. Love should not be controlled or hidden. It should be expressed freely, regardless of what people see or say. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have classes to attend. With that, she pulled me toward the school building, leaving Sona standing there, chuckling to herself. I'll give you that win, Sona said aloud as she turned to walk back into the building, her thoughts drifting to the concept of love before she pushed it aside, heading back to her office to tackle more paperwork. Unbeknownst to her and the other supernatural beings at the school, 2 newcomers had just arrived in Kuo City. Wow, this place looks so mesmerizing. One girl exclaimed, dressed in a white battle attire with a hood, an object wrapped in bandages on her back. She clasped her hands together in awe. Oh, thank you for granting me these eyes to see something amazing. Her partner, wearing a similar outfit but with slight differences, crossed her arms with a look of distaste. I sense devils over there. Disgusting, she remarked, glancing at her companion. Do we have to talk with these devils? She asked, clearly annoyed. Yes, we do. We were given the chance to see Sir Michael if we retrieve the stolen Holy Sword artifacts, and it could help us move up in ranks. Put your distaste aside and let's go. But first, we need to make a stop. To where? Her partner asked, raising an eyebrow at the direction she was pointing. To see my childhood friend, she giggled, grabbing her partner's hand and running toward her friend's location. A short while later, I sighed heavily. Why does that teacher always pick on me with the hard questions? What did I do to deserve this? Raynare patted my back, chuckling. It wasn't that hard, babe. Finding X is easy compared to other stuff. That's not the point. Why do we have to learn how to find X when it won't affect our lives in the future? Why can't we learn about things like taxes or something useful? I complained, crossing my arms in frustration. Raynare sighed. It's better to learn about life while we're young. Would you rather learn the hard lessons of adulthood now or enjoy our youth? Yeah, you're right. Speaking of youth, would you want to go to a concert later this month? I heard Hiroyuki Sawano will be performing alongside other artists, I suggested, noticing her eyes light up as she wrapped her arms around mine, eagerly nodding. Arriving at the front door of our house, I reached for the doorknob only to find it already unlocked, which made me feel a bit confused and worried. As I opened the door, I was greeted by two individuals wearing unusual white hoodies. My mom cheerfully brought them drinks, noticing Raynare and me. Issei, I'm glad you made it home on time, and you too, Raynare, she said as I closed the door behind me, still observing the two strangers in our living room. A strange aura emanated from them, prompting Raynare to whisper in my ear. That aura coming from them, she said cautiously, and I noticed both strangers turning their heads toward us. They were both female, and I prepared myself for any potential confrontation. I know. Go upstairs for now, I instructed Raynare, who took my bags with her and headed to our room. Who are they, Mom? I asked as I approached the living room. One of the females pulled down her hood, revealing a teenage girl with long chestnut hair styled in twin tails and striking violet eyes. It's so nice to see you again, she exclaimed, jumping up to hug me. I instinctively stepped aside, causing her to pout. Hey, why did you avoid my hug? She asked, crossing her arms. Calm down. First of all, I'm not letting a stranger hug me out of nowhere. Second, for you, I replied, noticing her arms brushing against her chest. How could you forget your childhood friend, Issei? It's me, Irina, she shouted, and memories flooded back to me. Irina. Oh wow, you're Irina. I thought you were a boy, I exclaimed, finally recalling my childhood friend from years ago. Well, maybe because I was a bit tomboyish back then, but now I've come back in a more ladylike way. Now give me my hug. Irina insisted, wrapping her arms around me before I could protest. I thought to myself that she had grown in more ways than I expected. Turning my attention to the other person still seated on the couch, I asked, And you are? My name is Zenobia, that's all you need to know, she replied curtly, then turned to Irina. Are you done chatting? We have a mission to attend. It's nice seeing you, Issei, Irina said sincerely before hugging my mother, who returned. With more drinks. You just got here, my mother remarked. I'll come visit again, I promise, Auntie. Irina said her goodbyes as both she and Zenobia left the house, with my mother closing the door behind them. I could sense the holy essence radiating from them. Draig, my partner, noted, no doubt about it, they are holy sword users, a rare position among the holy order. Do you think? I began to ask, but Draig anticipated my thoughts. Probably. I felt a strong animosity from that blue-haired girl, Zenobia. She glared the moment Raynare walked in. Be more cautious. It's strange to see holy sword users in this town, Draig warned, sensing that something troubling was on the horizon. I went to my room, where Raynare rushed to me. Are you okay? Is Mother okay? What happened down there? She asked, slightly panicked. It's fine. It was just a simple greeting from an old childhood friend. But I didn't know she was part of the Holy Order under the Heaven faction, I explained, and Raynare paused for a moment. I sensed they were holy sword users, but I heard from my father that Uncle Michael banned the church from using them. This is worrisome, she said, and I fell into deep thought. If I'm correct, those two are likely searching for the stolen Excalibur pieces, I mused, feeling a sense of foreboding. Raynare, tell Azazel about this just in case something bad happens in the future, I instructed her seriously. She nodded and went to call her father while I sat on the bed, contemplating how to prepare for what lay ahead. Wait, I said in confusion as I faced Zenobia, who was pointing her sword at me. Why are you protecting that fallen angel? She yelled, and I positioned Raynare behind me, noticing Irina placing her hands together. Oh God, please excuse Issei for his sins, Irina prayed, causing the devils around us to groan in discomfort. I turned my attention to Rias, who shrugged and stepped forward, raising her hands. Okay, let's not get feisty. Both of you are here for a meeting with the ruler of this territory, which is me, correct? These two are not part of this meeting, so please put down your weapons. Rias attempted to diffuse the tension, but Zenobia glared at her. Why are you protecting this fallen angel, devil? I knew we shouldn't have come here, Irina. They are probably the ones who took the missing Excaliburs. Zenobia shouted, while Irina tilted her head in confusion. I don't know about that, Irina replied, her innocence shining through, but she was not naive. Fine. Zenobia relented, lowering her sword and stepping back. Irina then looked at me. Are you a devil? She asked, and I shook my head, prompting her to sigh in relief. Oh, thank goodness, she smiled while Rias frowned slightly. I'll assume that was not meant as disrespect. Now, let's continue with this meeting. Where were we? Ah yes, permission to search our territory for the missing Excaliburs, correct. Rias sat down as I and Raynare decided to stay for a bit, taking seats near the front door. Irina explained, we have been sent by the Pope to find the culprit who stole the Excaliburs from our holy land and to retrieve them, bringing the culprit back either dead or alive. Rias crossed her legs and replied, that seems like a hefty mission placed on your shoulders. Irina smiled in response. Something that you'd, Zenobia began, but Irina elbowed her gently, chuckling. Yes, it is, she said, effectively silencing Zenobia as Rias straightened her back. If that's the case, I'll give you permission as long as you don't cause too much of a ruckus while searching for the culprit. And please leave the humans out of your mission, if you can. We were already planning on that from the beginning, Irina said innocently, though there was an underlying tension that made Zenobia uneasy, knowing the trouble they often caused. We will be taking our leave, right, Zenobia? Suddenly, Kiba barged into the room with his sword drawn, prompting Zenobia to instinctively reach for her weapon. What is the meaning of this? She glared at Rias, who ignored her and focused on Kiba. Kiba, where have you been? You've been acting distant lately. Please put your sword down. I understand what you're feeling, but now is not the time for conflict. I'm sorry, Rias, but I need to do this. Kiba rushed toward Zenobia, who mirrored his movement. I've had enough of this drama, I said as I appeared in front of them, catching both their swords, leaving them in shock. Kiba, stand down. And you, I turned to Zenobia, who stared at my hand gripping her holy sword in disbelief. How can an ordinary person grip my Durandal so easily? She mumbled, recalling her rigorous training to wield one of the 5 holy swords. Durandal was known for its unmatched destructive power, and seeing a teenager handle it with ease felt humiliating to her. The aura she had infused into the blade only added to her shock. What are you? Zenobia shouted as I sighed, pushing them both away and summoning my boosted gear. I am this generation's Red Dragon Emperor, and I've had enough of your antics. None of us had anything to do with the stolen Excaliburs, so please lower your hostility toward the devils here, including my girlfriend, who is a fallen angel. Kiba, there's no need for a fight. What do you know? You've never experienced what I did with those swords. Stay out of it. Kiba yelled, taking a step forward before collapsing to his knees, overwhelmed by a heavy pressure. Just because I haven't experienced your loss doesn't mean I don't know what it's like to feel alone, to be misunderstood, and to face disappointment from loved ones, I said, kneeling beside him and placing my hand on his shoulder. Trauma can take many forms, and the path to overcoming it is difficult. Pushing away the family you've made won't help you heal. I gestured toward Rias, who looked at Kiba with concern, and Kaneko, who regarded him like an older sibling. Akino placed her hand on her chest, seeing Kiba as a younger brother. We all have struggles that can feel insurmountable. Revenge and anger will only lead you to a darker path. Think about it, Kiba. As I stood, I noticed Akino and Kaneko sharing understanding glances, each carrying their own hidden burdens. Kiba stared at his second family, tears welling in his eyes, before slowly walking out of the room. Rias tried to stop him, but I blocked her. Kiba needs to process what has been said. Following him now would disrupt his thought process. He needs to understand that his actions are misguided, I explained to Rias, who looked at me as if I had insulted her. You are smart, Rias, but you may not fully grasp the needs of others. Rias, Gremory, I called out, cutting her off. I know you love this group like it's your second family, where you can be yourself without the pressure of your status. But you need to understand that your friends are still people with needs and problems to overcome in this harsh world. No one will care about your title, it's about paying attention to your members' feelings. I won't disclose anyone's trauma, but if I can help open people's eyes, I will. Rias, do you know why people have high expectations of you? She took a moment before answering. It's because I'm the sole heir to the Gremory clan. I nodded. Exactly. You are part of the 72 pillars in the underworld, now down to 32 that are still alive. With your brother as the leader, there's immense pressure from your people's expectations. You have responsibilities as the heir to the Gremory clan, managing your peerage's feelings and social lives. It's your duty to care for your people, who will follow you no matter what. Their loyalty knows no bounds. All I'm saying is this, I extended my fist toward her, smiling gently. You have the potential to be a powerful leader that others will respect. But to achieve that, you must understand your own feelings and those of others. Show them that being under your wings is a safe place where they can express their happiness. Being a king is one thing, having the support of your people is another. I turned my attention to Zenobia and Irina, who both flinched. You know who took the missing Excaliburs, don't you? They looked down, and Irina stuttered, Weiss. Who is it? I asked, and they exchanged glances before saying the name that left me in shock. Kokabil, they both replied, causing Raynare to flinch. My mouth dropped open in disbelief, and Rias, Akino, and Kaneko shared my surprise. What? I exclaimed, just as the windows blew open. Kokabil. That war mongrel. I said, astonished. It all started to connect the dots regarding the recent events in the city. I turned to Raynare, who was staring at the ground, clutching her hands tightly, clearly recalling painful memories. I sighed. So, it's just you two going out to search for him, right? I asked and they nodded. I couldn't help but voice my frustration. What is the church thinking, sending two holy sword users who aren't prepared to deal with someone like him? They must be out of their minds. Zenobia took offense. We're not weak. I scored 100 points on the physical test against my mentor. I interrupted her coldly. I don't care about your test scores. Kokabil is someone neither of you can handle. He took many lives in the Great War. I'm sure you studied that history. His name was mentioned for his battle mania and thirst for chaos among devils and angels. Raynare, call your father again so we can prepare for a search throughout the city. Okay, she replied, taking a deep breath and putting on a serious expression, pushing aside her painful memories. Rias, contact your brother and let him know this city is in danger. Also, inform Sona so she can alert her sister. This is crucial, so set aside your pride and tell them it's an emergency. And you too. Stay put for now. I'll ask Azazel to reach out to someone in heaven. As I issued orders, they stared at me in shock, except for Raynare, who seemed to sense a magic portal opening nearby. Azazel stepped through, his expression serious, followed by Shemhazai and Barakwil. Sorry for the sudden call, but I assume you understand the situation. Azazel said, turning to his trusted generals. Shemhazai, gather our intelligence team to find any possible locations where Kokabil was last seen. Barakwil, assemble our elite squadrons and prepare a hunting team. We need to find this traitor. As his generals hurried off, Raynare walked toward me, gripping my hand tightly. Issei, she said, her eyes reflecting fear. I've got you, I whispered. No matter what happens, I will keep you safe. We will find him and bring him to justice. I glanced at Azazel, who smiled before turning to Zenobia and Irina. So, these are the Holy Sword users. Or should I say Excaliburs? Azazel approached them, and they drew their swords, ready to defend themselves. Stop right there. We don't need your help. Zenobia shouted, but Azazel swiftly punched her in the stomach. And this fallen angel was part of the seraphim in heaven under his rule, the one who designed the original Excalibur. I know for a fact that Michael wouldn't send you two inexperienced users on a mission this dangerous against someone like Kokabil. Azazel dropped Zenobia, who was holding her stomach in pain, onto the ground as Irina put down her sword. Now then, your name was Irina, right? Childhood friend of this reckless boy. Azazel pointed at me, and she nodded while I thought to myself, not that reckless. As I continued to comfort Raynare, grab this girl and follow me. Rias, is there an extra room here? Azazel asked Rias, who pointed at herself in surprise. Me? Rias questioned, seemingly confused about her role. Who else has the brightest hair color in this room? The coach. Yes, you, Azazel joked sarcastically, causing Rias to blush as she turned toward Aquino. Aquino, can you show him the guest room please? Rias asked her friend, and Aquino bowed. Yes, Rias. Aquino replied before leading Azazel and Irina, who was still supporting Zenobia, out of the room. Call them now. So if you please. Rias gestured toward the door. I nodded and left the room, holding Raynare in my arms. As I walked out of the clubroom, I mentally asked Draig about Kokabil and any abilities I needed to be concerned about. The only thing you need to fully worry about is his ability to enlarge his light spears, which could be as large as a city. If he were to release that attack, you could say goodbye to this city. However, there is a downside. Kokabil will be very vulnerable while enlarging his light spear, as it consumes time and energy. Draig explained. I thought of another question. How would I fare against him in battle as I am now? I needed to know how much I needed to improve quickly to defeat him. Seeing how he is at the high end of an ultimate class being, you would only be able to reach 10% of his power. You are currently a middle class being without the boosted gear, and you have been using the star breathing technique less recently. Draig replied, causing me to frown. Meaning, I'm still weak. Anger began to gather in my heart as Draig sighed. Partner, you are not weak by any means. To defeat a high-class being like Riser in less than a few months is astonishing. While he was on the weaker side physically, his magic is very powerful against others except for you. So stop loathing yourself. Doing so will not help you in the long run. We don't know when Kokabil will attack, so I will take this time to train hard in your mindscape. Draig encouraged, and I calmed myself. You're right, I told Draig. Putting myself down would not help. I needed to learn how to evolve and adapt against stronger opponents. I had made too many promises, and I was determined to fulfill them without fail. I needed to get stronger, stronger than I was now and stronger than I would be in the future. Sid, you remember our promise, right? Raynare asked, drawing my attention back to her. Yes, I do. I'll protect you from him. And I'll bring that BSTRD to his knees. That's what I promised, and I won't fail, I reassured Raynare, who smiled as she looked forward, thoughts swirling in her mind. I'm still struggling to forget him. I told myself that I'm strong. I will forget him and be happier in this relationship with Issei. I am happy, but those haunting memories. I need to. Raynare thought to herself, feeling a strange sensation in her body, as if new motivation was igniting within her. Time skipped to midnight after arriving home. Raynare and I took a refreshing break from worrying about the situation at school and instead focused on enjoying each other's company while watching a slice-of-life movie. Raynare fell asleep on my chest during the middle of the 3-hour marathon, and I wrapped my left arm around her waist, covering her with a warm blanket. Draig, I'm ready. I closed my eyes and visualized my mindscape appearing, feeling my soul leave my body and stand before Draig, who was gazing at the open sky. Looks like you are ready to train hard. First, I want to talk about another function that the boosted gear has. After a few experiments with it, we are going to spar, Draig said with a smile. Got it, my ears are open, Draig, I replied, sitting cross-legged and holding back my excitement at the thought of sparring with one of the strongest dragons in the supernatural world. While being sealed in the boosted gear, I learned many things about it, from the magical energy stored in these green gems to the mechanical engineering aspect. There is one move that only a few can use, one that requires a lot of creativity and imagination. It's a function that bypasses space and gravity itself. Draig's body began to glow as he shrank to the size of a normal adult human. Draig, now wearing a crimson-scaled cape draped over his shoulders, had long wild red hair cascading down his back. Crossing his arms, which bore black dragon markings, he looked down at me with his glowing red eyes. It's called absolute authority. Or, in other words, domination itself. Draig declared, and suddenly I felt a heavy pressure enveloping me, causing me to stagger forward. It's holy, I gasped, struggling to breathe as Draig's dark and powerful aura surrounded him. Just as I felt overwhelmed, Draig closed his eyes and withdrew the ability, releasing me from its effect. I felt overwhelmed, as if I were being crushed, and every attempt to breathe felt like a struggle. Draig chuckled softly, trying to ease my tension. He explained that the absolutely authority was a unique ability granted by the boosted gear just before activating the Juggernaut drive. It had taken him 5 years to replicate this move and reach a fraction of its original power. You sensed that dark intent, didn't you? Draig continued. This ability takes all the negativity the user feels and spreads it around their surroundings. He extended his hand, helping me to my feet. Up close, I noticed that Draig was quite handsome. He gestured to the left, prompting me to turn my head. That over there is the edge of your mindscape. My own absolute authority can reach over 300 meters across this area. This ability allows for a significant area of influence without the negative effects that the Juggernaut drive carries. I've created a safer version of the Juggernaut drive for users to learn from. With a wave of his hand, a condensed red sphere appeared. What is this? I asked, intrigued. This represents what you've learned over the past few months as the Boosted Gear's host. The strongest users can shape their abilities into something magnificent, Draig said, showcasing the stars of the most skilled users, with Belzard's shining the brightest. Absolute authority guarantees a powerful effect, regardless of the user's experience. Its aura expands greatly with intense emotions, but there's a catch. It has no defined form when activated. I like to call it AA. For simplicity, it is shaped by the user's intent. For Belzard, he created a massive spear capable of incredible destruction, which stunned his opponents. It's astonishing to think he destroyed an entire moon. The details of Belzard's creation amazed me. That spear required immense creativity, designed uniquely for him. It had a long, spiral body with an umbrella-shaped tip, enhancing speed and aerodynamics. Upon impact, it would explode, showcasing the creativity that comes with it. Draig explained. He continued, the second part involves envisioning how your own will function. I designed mine to manipulate the space and gravity within a 300-meter radius, applying pressure and destruction to everything within. However, there's a downside. Using it can weaken my soul, leaving me vulnerable to distant attacks unless I cease its activation, which takes time. Draig noted that Belzard only used his A as a final move, stunning his target beforehand to ensure success. He can only use it once a day due to its drawbacks. Now, enough of this complex explanation, let's spar. Draig grinned, and before I could react, he vanished from sight, reappearing in front of me and throwing a powerful punch that caught me off guard. I flew back, landing hard against a mountain range. You could have given me a moment to process all that information before hitting me, I shouted, trying to regain my footing. And where did this mountain come from? In your mindscape, I can manipulate the environment, Draig called back. Now, stop complaining and get ready. I'm coming for you. He crouched, his body radiating magical energy, reminiscent of his dragon form. I quickly got to my feet and jumped high to dodge an incoming beam of flames that melted the mountain behind me. "That's too powerful," I yelled, summoning my boosted gear and activating my balance breaker. I knew my star-breathing arts wouldn't be effective in close combat against someone like Draig. Boost X20. Energy surged through me as I charged at Draig, who was eager for a fight. I attempted a kick, but he blocked it, grabbing my leg and swinging me downward. I managed to land on my feet, ready for the next move. The ground cracked from the sudden impact as I quickly turned around. Without wasting any time, I unleashed a powerful dragon shot towards Draig, who opened his arms to welcome the attack. Red scales appeared on his chest, extending to his shoulders, elbows, forearms, and finally transforming his hands into draconic claws. "Not bad, kid, but you'll need to do more than that to even put a scratch on me." Draig laughed as two red spheres formed in his hands before he hurled them at me. I leaped away just in time, the spot where I had stood exploding in flames and smoke. Unable to see through the smoke, I closed my eyes and cleared my mind, waiting for the right moment. I sensed a presence to my right and sidekicked towards Draig, who caught my foot with his left hand. "You've got keen senses and are improving well against someone much stronger than you. But it's still not enough. Use everything to your advantage, no matter how outclassed you feel. Kokabil is unforgiving, so don't let your emotions blind you." Draig pulled me forward and headbutt me, cracking my helmet and causing BLD to drip from a cut above my eyebrow. I realized I had no choice. Even if it doesn't work, I have to try. Star-breathing second form, explosion of the dead star. I swung my left hand downwards, forcing Draig to release me as I created a large wind-like explosion that cracked small pieces of his scales. I then executed a spinning back kick to create distance between us. Draig raised his arms to block as I boosted my speed significantly, creating a distance of about 30 meters. My breath grew heavy with every passing second. Even my spar with Azazel wasn't this tiring. He spammed beam attacks, but this close-quarters combat combined with magic is exhausting. I need to use that new attack I created, I thought, forming multiple red spheres at the tips of my armored fingers. "Take this." Multi-dragon shots. I unleashed smaller red beams, each carrying the power of a full dragon shot. Draig effortlessly maneuvered around them, spinning and jumping to avoid the blasts while grinning. Realizing my attacks weren't phasing him, I took a moment to gather my thoughts. Fighting someone of Draig's caliber with his experience was a challenge. I devised a last-ditch effort that might land a hit. "Hey, Draig!" I shouted, catching his attention. He raised an eyebrow, still in his fighting stance. "Look, there's a big-breasted lady." I pointed confidently behind him. Draig gave me a deadpan look before sighing, but I wasn't done yet. "Oh my God! It's Albion." I pointed above him, making him twitch. "Where?" Draig shouted, giving me a few precious seconds to boost my speed again, this time by 23 times in just a few seconds. I vanished from my spot and appeared below him, forming a red sphere in front of my hand. Flames began to swirl around the sphere as I shouted my final attack. "Dragon's Fall, Buster Cannon." I executed an uppercut that sent Draig flying into the air, alongside the piercing beam attack that struck the barrier surrounding my mindscape. As smoke filled the air, I fell to my knees, my armor breaking into red particles. I heard clapping above me and looked up to see Draig, with only minor bruises and a few broken scales. "That was a nice attack, Issei. I finally got to see what that move could do. Above all, you gave me a decent fight with your current capabilities. But it's still not enough to defeat Kokabil alone. With Azazel, Sirzechs, and maybe Michael by your side, you should be fine. But I will continue to train you. Anything can happen in a one-on-one against Kokabil." Draig crossed his arms as he slowly descended, landing in front of me as his dragon scales disappeared. "Get ready to face me again, Issei. The treatment of getting beaten by me is just beginning. We won't stop until you draw BLD from me." Draig roared in excitement. I stood up, feeling the exhaustion still lingering in my mind, but my heart raced with excitement as I prepared to fight Draig once more. Suddenly, the sky around my mindscape began to crack, and I felt myself being forcefully pulled back into my physical body. "What's going on?" I shouted in panic as I started to float, my body turning transparent. Draig's eyes widened in alarm. "Issei, listen to me," he began, but I couldn't hear him as my eyes opened wide. Pain jolted through me as I looked down to see a silver sword jabbed into my stomach. I fell forward, breaking a small table as I heard Raynare's voice behind me, seeing a tall figure holding her by the throat. "Well, looks like the boy toy is awake," a deep voice spoke ominously. I tried to lift myself off the broken table, but suddenly felt a hand grabbing me from behind, yanking me by the back of my head and throwing me against the wall. "Sit. Let go of me, Yuji." Raynare cursed, struggling against her captor. "Let go of her," I shouted, my voice filled with fury. I felt a sharp pain in my stomach as a silver sword was moved into me. My strength waned as I turned my head to see the culprit. "Kokabil!" I exclaimed, anger boiling within me as I coughed. "This is the Red Dragon Emperor. The one who caused such chaos in the underworld and the fallen faction. But tell me, why are you so weak?" Kokabil taunted, twisting the sword deeper into my wound. "Issei!" Raynare cried out, worry etched on her face as I struggled to grasp the hilt of the sword. Suddenly, a light spear appeared above me, piercing my left hand and leaving me with only my right to glare at Kokabil. "Raynare, I can't believe you left me for something so insignificant. If only you had listened to me from the start, I wouldn't be forced to do this," Kokabil said with a sadistic smile, prompting Raynare to shout back at him. "You never loved me. You tricked me. Used me. Issei is different. He saved me from the torment you put me through." Raynare's voice was filled with emotion, but she was abruptly silenced as Kokabil tightened his grip on her neck, a sinister expression on his face. "Who do you think you're talking to with that tone?" he sneered, believing that those weaker in power should never raise their voices against him. "Who else?" "Good. No, it's you," Raynare retorted defiantly, anger flashing in her eyes as Kokabil's expression shifted from annoyance to fury at her unexpected resistance. I struggled to rise, despite my injuries, but another light spear struck my right shoulder, forcing me back and causing blood to pour from my wounds. "Look at you. When did you ever have the courage to talk back to me, Raynare? Last I checked, you were obedient to my orders." Kokabil exclaimed, disbelief and anger mingling in his voice. "You had a choker that controlled me," Raynare shouted, her defiance growing as Kokabil's grip on her loosened slightly. "That was just to ensure your compliance. Weren't you the one who fell for me?" He replied, his tone condescending. "I was a fool to love you. My heart belongs to someone else. Someone who loves me for who I am, and that's not you," Raynare declared, her anger rising as she conjured a small light spear, shaping it into a knife. With determination, she swung it at Kokabil. He reacted quickly, turning his head just in time for the knife to barely miss him. As he looked back at Raynare, a crazed smile spread across her face. "What are you smiling about with that failed attempt?" Kokabil began, but then he felt something warm on his cheek. "BLD," he muttered, astonished. Raynare laughed, and I tried to stand, ignoring the pain from the light spears holding me against the wall and the sword in my stomach. My heart raced as I called out to her, my voice growing weaker. "Raynare." I struggled to say, fear creeping in as I realized I couldn't reach her. "You know, I was going to let this slide. Bringing you back into my arms, my plans, my army. But now you've crossed the line. If I can't use you, what's the point of keeping you alive? I can deal with Azazel later once he finds your lifeless body alongside your boyfriend." Kokabil shouted, his anger palpable as Raynare turned to me. My heart raced, and I felt a surge of determination. I couldn't lose her. Ignoring the pain, I pushed my left arm forward, willing myself to break free from the light spear that pierced it. Memories of the past months with Raynare flooded my mind. Her smile, her touch, her voice. I promised to protect her. As my breathing became irregular, I felt an unfamiliar strength rising within me. I glared at Kokabil, who smirked at my struggle. This is what happens to those who don't follow orders. He laughed, a bright light gathering in his hand. Raynare! I yelled, pushing off the wall with all my might. The light spears shattered as I ran towards her, reaching out. But I was too late. An explosion rocked the area, sending me crashing backward into the wall. I landed outside, the grass brushing against my injured body. Looking up, I saw my home in ruins, smoke and debris filling the air, mingling with the heavy scent of Raynare. I called weakly, struggling to stand as pain shot through my stomach, where the silver sword lay broken. As I pulled away the remaining broken pieces, I limped towards my childhood home, the place where I had hoped to celebrate a special moment with Raynare. A laugh echoed from the smoky area, and I saw a figure being thrown. It was Raynare, who flew towards me, and I quickly caught her in my arms, cradling her gently. Her head rested on my shoulder as she weakly gazed into my eyes. Raynare, I said softly, noticing the injuries on her body, including a wound in the center of her chest. Thank you for loving me. For saving me when I was at my lowest point, she said, her voice faint. It may have been short, but I enjoyed your company. Her breathing became laboured as she continued, You showed me that I can be loved. Despite my past. You stood by me and cherished me. I felt so happy. So free. Thank you. No, darling, I loved you. With her last breath, she kissed me, and I felt her life force slipping away as I held her hand tightly. As I cradled her closer, I felt a crushing weight in my chest. Raynare had passed away in my arms. Suddenly, a mocking voice broke through my grief. Looks like the wear finally died. What a lovely send-off. It was Kokabil, and anger surged through me. I glared at him, my teeth clenched in fury. I gently laid Raynare down on the ground, casting one last look at her serene face. Kokabil stopped laughing, noticing my rage. Is the little red dragon getting angry? He taunted. I clenched my fists, feeling the sharp pain as my nails pierced my palms. Draig's voice echoed in my mind, urging me to stay calm, but it was too late. Kill, a dark voice whispered within me, igniting my fury. I activated my sacred gear, and a strange energy enveloped me. Kokabil sensed something was wrong, stepping back in fear. I could feel the power surging through me, and I knew I was different from my past selves. I sent a signal through my corrupted gear, a call that resonated across the supernatural world. I will destroy, I vowed, my voice filled with determination. With a surge of energy, dark red armor enveloped my body, clouding my thoughts with a fierce rage. Kokabil, realizing the danger, stepped back in fear. Green orbs surrounded me, their sinister voices echoing in the air. My emerald eyes glowed through my crimson helmet as I felt a transformation beginning. My armor shifted, becoming more organic, and I felt my body changing. Wings sprouted from my back, and I grew larger, towering over the landscape. As I stood tall, I focused on the one I wanted to confront, Kokabil. The time for vengeance had come. As the green gems slowly began to fade, a bright crimson color emerged. The voice of a primordial evil god echoed, proclaiming its descent. Large black horns sprouted from my forehead, smoke billowing from my armored snout. I took a deep breath and let out a roar that shook the very planet. Kokabil stood frozen in shock, his entire being trembling from the force of my voice. He took a step back, bewildered. "What is this?" he exclaimed, realizing he had made a grave mistake. With a surge of power, I vanished from his sight, appearing behind him in an instant. My right arm shot forward, leaving him no time to react. In less than a second, he was sent flying into the sky, his scream fading into the distance. Anger surged through me as I mourned my fallen lover, Raynare. The realization of her death weighed heavily on my heart. A voice within urged me to seek revenge, to destroy the one who had taken her from me. I felt something break inside, a void that fueled my rage. I placed my palm over her body, a green energy enveloping her before I stepped back. Extending my wings, I looked toward the direction where Kokabil had gone. With a powerful flap, I took flight, feeling an immense energy radiate from me as I soared through the sky, leaving sonic booms in my wake. Meanwhile, a sultry voice broke the tension. An appealing woman with black hair and cat-like yellow eyes spoke curiously. Behind her stood Vali, his gaze fixed on a distant point. "This aura. Do you feel it?" he asked, his expression hardening. "Yes," replied Albion, the voice within him. "This energy is unlike yours." "The Juggernaut drive," Vali exclaimed, realizing the significance of the power he sensed. The woman, Kuroka, gasped in shock. "What is that?" she shouted, fear evident in her voice. Vali turned to her, urgency in his tone. "I need to investigate this. Inform Ophis if you can, but I believe she's already on her way to the Red Dragon Emperor." As Vali took flight, a thought crossed his mind. "Issei, what has caused you to emit such energy?" Elsewhere, in the Gregory, a woman's voice echoed as Azazel fled, laughter trailing behind him. Suddenly he stopped, sensing a powerful aura emanating from the human world. "Pinium, my daughter. I can't feel her anymore," he said, a chill running through the air. His demeanor shifted from carefree to that of a determined leader. "Get everyone ready. Call all the generals and recall those on missions. We're heading to where Issei Hyoudou and my daughter were last seen." Azazel commanded, urgency in his voice. As he stormed into his office, he retrieved a purple orb, inhaling deeply. His voice resonated throughout the Gregory. "This is a code red. Prepare for battle." For the first time in centuries, a code red had been declared within the Gregory. The last time it happened was during the Great War. Azazel's eyes hardened as he sensed the pulsing energy of the Red Dragon Emperor. A large wave of energy surged into the underworld, signaling that something very bad had occurred. This chaotic energy was unlike anything the previous Red Dragon Emperors had exhibited, including Draig himself when he was unsealed. The only explanation Azazel could think of was that Issei Hyoudou had entered the Juggernaut drive. This pulsing energy resonated across the planet and through various realms. Two magic circles appeared before Azazel, one belonging to Sirzechs and the other to Michael. They exchanged concerned glances. "Did you feel that?" "Something happened with Issei," Sirzechs began, but Azazel raised his hand to stop him. "Yes, Issei has entered the Juggernaut state," Azazel replied, noticing Michael's raised eyebrows. "Azazel, this energy can be felt throughout heaven and its 7 layers. I always believed in the power of the Juggernaut drive, but this is different. It's more chaotic than when both Draig and Albion were unsealed and in a rage during their rivalry," Michael said, his voice filled with worry. The energy continued to pulse around them, and it wouldn't be long before the gods would investigate this phenomenon, especially those from the Shinto faction in Japan. "Issei Hyoudou, are you still in there?" Vali asked, observing him cautiously. He sensed a familiar presence but also recognized that Issei was as strong as he was. Issei struggled to speak, feeling a sense of déjà vu wash over him. The voices within him caught him off guard, and he clutched his head in pain as he felt his sanity slipping away. "Enemy," one voice shouted. "Rival," another echoed. "Complete the prophecy," a third voice urged. "The host of Draig is slowly losing himself, Vali. I suggest we take him out of this form. If you want to continue this conversation, help Draig's host," Albion advised, sensing the tension in the air. Vali cracked his neck, preparing to confront his rival. Suddenly, Issei felt something else take control of his body. "Kill," the voice commanded. His red gems glowed as he charged toward Vali, who descended from the air. A red orb formed in Issei's hand as he punched forward. "Dragon shot," he shouted, sending a beam toward Vali, who smirked and raised his right hand. "Balance breaker," Vali declared, a bright white light enveloping him. "Scale mail." Albion's voice rang out as the sound of armor clanking filled the air. Vali appeared in white draconian armor, similar to Issei's but with a few differences. "Divide," Vali yelled as the blue gems on his armor glowed, absorbing the energy from Issei's beam. Issei charged recklessly, pulling his arm back to punch again. Vali caught his punch, surprising Issei and fueling his anger. The voices grew louder, drowning out everything else. As Vali lifted his left arm, A blue energy orb formed in his hand. Dragon shot, he shouted, unleashing a powerful blue beam that pushed Issei back several feet. Now is the time, quickly. Albion urged as Vali appeared above Issei, placing his hands over the large red gem on Issei's chest. Divide. Vali commanded, and energy began to drain from Issei's body. Issei struggled to push Vali away, but Vali shot another dragon shot, knocking Issei's arm aside. Albion. Vali shouted, noticing Issei's struggle as a foreign energy invaded his body. Issei began to scream, and Albion warned Vali to get back. A vile black and red energy glowed around Issei as he transformed. The chaotic energy pulsed outward, destroying everything in a 200-meter radius, disintegrating trees, rocks, and parts of the mountain. From the center of the chaos emerged a massive armored black dragon, towering with 4 wings extended. Its once small armored snout had grown into that of an adult dragon, and its enormous teeth glistened menacingly at Vali, whose expression turned to shock. Did the Juggernaut drive mutate? Vali exclaimed, realizing the aura emanating from Issei was something he had never felt before. Whatever happened to his Juggernaut drive pushed him further than we expected. Vali, what you're facing right now is a peak Satan-class devil. Even in your own Juggernaut drive, you can't reach this level. We can only hope to stall for time until Azazel or Lucifer arrives, and if we're lucky, maybe the gods from Japan will come to stop him. Albion shouted, sweat dripping down his face as the chaotic aura radiating from the corrupted red dragon threatened to erase all organic life within a 4-kilometer radius. Balance breaker. Vali shouted, narrowly dodging a fast beam attack that chipped off a piece of his armor. As Vali maneuvered through the air, his eyes widened within his helmet. That's incredibly fast, he exclaimed, narrowly dodging another red beam attack from the dragon below. It was unusual for a dragon to unleash such powerful attacks without a significant charge-up time. Vali shot his own beams back at the dragon, but they seemed to have no effect on its armored scales. The dragon extended its massive wings, and particles of light crackled around it. Vali's danger sense flared, prompting him to fly higher into the sky. As he soared past the clouds, he felt the energy concentrating in one spot. Suddenly, the black dragon's body glowed, and a massive explosion erupted, engulfing the entire area. Vali was thrown back by the shockwave, feeling the force hit him hard. Albion! Vali shouted, realizing he could no longer sense the dragon. The stronger the being, the more they could conceal their presence from others. Albion's voice echoed in his mind, struggling to make sense of the chaotic energy surrounding them. Just then, Vali was struck with tremendous force, crashing into the water and rolling for miles before landing on a smaller island. His balance breaker shattered upon impact. Ugh! Vali groaned, clutching his broken wrist as blood trickled down his face. Bruises formed on his body as the imposing figure of the dragon loomed over him. Albion's voice rang out in concern, lamenting Vali's dire situation. Once a powerful warrior, Vali now lay defeated, waiting for what he feared would be his end. Suddenly, a loud explosion caught his attention. He opened his eyes to see the corrupted red dragon emperor crash far from him. Azazel landed nearby, wielding a light spear and assessing the situation. Vali, are you okay? He asked, to which Vali rolled his eyes in frustration. Do I look okay to you, Azazel? I just got beaten badly. Vali struggled to rise, and Azazel helped him up. Behind them, Shemhazai and Barakil arrived. Take care of Vali, I need to join Lucifer and the other Satans. Azazel quickly flew off to the battle, where Seraphal was using her water and ice powers to restrain the Dragon Emperor, struggling to maintain her grip. I can't hold him for long. Ajuka, I need help. Seraphal called out, her strength waning. Ajuka transformed into his super devil form, realizing he needed to use all his abilities to combat the dragon. His irises shifted as he activated his Kankara formula, summoning multiple magic circles around him. He created chains of pure energy to assist Seraphal, wrapping them around the dragon's wings and legs to immobilize it. Azazel, Lucifer, it's up to you to take action while Seraphal and I hold him down. Ajuka shouted urgently. Azazel and Lucifer quickly devised a plan. If I use my super devil form, it might harm Issei, Lucifer exclaimed, and Azazel rubbed his temples, trying to think clearly until a memory struck him. Hey, Lucy, do you remember what happened when we visited Issei's destroyed house? Azazel asked, a determined look on his face. You can't be serious. Lucifer replied, but Azazel was already creating a magic circle behind him. I'll do it, he declared, and a purple magic circle appeared, summoning Ophis, the dragon goddess of infinity, along with Raynare, who looked pale. Issei, Raynare called weakly, her heart aching at the sight of her beloved, who seemed lost and broken. Azazel caught Raynare as she flew forward. Are you sure you can handle this? You just woke up, he said softly. Raynare's resolve was unwavering. I will bring him back at all costs, she declared, as a strange energy began to glow around her. Ophis observed the situation, sensing a shift in Draig's energy. Ophis, can you restrain him? Lucifer asked, knowing the deal she had made with Azazel. I can give you 10 minutes. In that time, Draig will be held down, but after that, it's up to you, Ophis replied, summoning magical tendrils that wrapped around Draig, draining his strength. As Draig thrashed, struggling against the bindings, he felt the intensity of the voices in his mind begin to fade. Can you hear me? A voice called out, breaking through the chaos. Raynare shouted as she tried to fly closer, struggling to fully recognize me. I attempted to reach out, but the tendrils binding me limited my movement to just a few inches. Raynare. My voice echoed, and she smiled, tears welling in her eyes. Yes, Issei, it's me. It's Raynare. She approached cautiously, my green eyes locking onto her shimmering purple ones filled with hope. It's okay. I'm here. She moved slowly, not wanting my corrupted self to see her as a threat. Deep down, she knew I would never hurt her, no matter how far I had fallen. As she placed her hand on my snout, leaning closer, I could feel her warmth. Her scent enveloped me, and my vision, once clouded in darkness, began to clear. Raynare, I called her name repeatedly, memories of her smile and warmth flooding my mind. The voices that had once been filled with anger transformed into something softer and almost angelic. My armored exterior cracked as I leaned forward, tears forming in my eyes. With a sudden rush, my powerful form reverted to my normal human self, save for the booster gear on my right arm. Raynare, I said in disbelief as I floated back down to the ground, where Raynare followed. I walked up to her, tears streaming down my face, and reached out to touch her. Pressing my hand against her face, I sought confirmation of her presence. As Raynare pressed her hand against mine, it felt real. You're alive, I whispered, and she smiled warmly. Of course I am. I will never leave you, she replied softly, her words filling me with relief. Raynare, I cried, wrapping her in a tight embrace, wanting to feel her warmth against me. We both sank to our knees, overwhelmed by emotion. She exclaimed, unable to hold back her feelings any longer. We poured our hearts out to each other, deepening our love. Nearby, Azazel sighed in relief, while Lucifer could only shake his head, anticipating the complaints he might receive from the gods of Japan. Michael smiled at the touching scene of two young people embracing. Ophis, satisfied with what she had witnessed, turned to leave. Where are you going? Azazel asked, having accepted the deal regarding his daughter's life. I want to talk to Draig, but I'll visit him later. Bye-bye, Ophis said before disappearing in an instant. Azazel turned back to the emotional scene. With this rough night behind us, should we push the conference between our factions to a later date, or proceed as planned? He pondered, considering the recent events and their impact on the peace conference. No, I'll try to have the meeting in a month. A lot has happened today. I'll handle the council on my side, Lucifer replied, turning to Michael, who nodded in agreement. If that's the case, I'll speak to my other brothers and sisters about it. I'm sure they will accept the change, Michael said gently, as all three turned back to watch Raynare and me laughing and talking in each other's embrace. Today's events would forever be etched in the history of the Red Dragon Emperor, marking the rise of the strongest Red Dragon Emperor.